first. Go ahead, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I got a quick one. I just wanted to let folks know that we are canvassing local businesses and seeing if they want to schedule some time, specifically with Councilmember McHenry and myself. There's I guess you can't see it very clearly, but there's a flyer I've been handing out, and I actually haven't gotten anyone that scheduled the meeting yet, but today, today was the first day I actually handed the flyers out. So if anyone else on the council is interested in participating, let me know. The times are very flexible. You can schedule your own availability, and I can show you how to do that.
Thank you. Any questions for Councilmember Schaefer? All right, thank you. Did anyone else have anything for good of the order? All right, so for me, I just wanted to point out 2 upcoming events for us, which would be a budget workshop this month, hopefully maybe like the last week in June, and then a mid-year retreat at some point in the summer. So I just wanted to, I guess, temperature check everybody and make sure we're heading in the right direction. And then there's a couple decision points just to make sure we know that we have consensus for what needs to be done. So we talked about getting a facilitator, at least for the retreat, but possibly for the budget workshop, though I am totally fine facilitating the budget workshop if everyone's okay with that. I think we have about enough budget for one facilitator for one of those items. So it would be understanding if council would like me to run the budget workshop and then just use that remaining budget for a facilitator for the mid-year retreat for us, or if we want to move things around and increase the budget to have a facilitator for both. Did anyone have strong feelings on that? Go ahead, Councilmember Hoag.
My preference would be to have you do the budget retreat. Yeah, I think you would do an excellent job at it, Councilmember McHenry. So thank you.
Thanks. Any other opinions on this? Just want to make sure, so no strong feelings one way or another, really. I just want to make sure we don't, go down the wrong path if everyone's feeling strongly one way or another. Okay. And then does everyone in general, or I guess just speak up if you don't like this. I mean, I was thinking more of a 4 to 6 hour time range somewhere in there for each of these events upcoming, unless someone's feeling like we may need to go longer. That seemed to be the consensus of the poll from last time. So I just wanted to point that out. And then any on that? Everyone's good with that. And then, COVID is a little unpredictable. So just wanted to have an understanding if in general people, I mean, I'm sure we can keep some kind of hybrid option open in case someone gets sick so they can still attend. But, if everyone was feeling like they wanted to possibly meet in person, any strong feelings on that, or are you guys open to whatever? Go ahead, Councilmember Hoag.
I like having the hybrid ability in case something comes up. So as long as we have that, I'm good.
Okay.
Trying to meet face to face if possible.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I was going to just reiterate. I like the hybrid idea. Some people have constraints as far as kids and others that may require extra care. So I like the idea of a hybrid get together.
Okay. Councilmember Isaacson.
Yeah, I'm glad other people are saying it before me that hybrid's good, because you guys know for my job it works for me, but I don't like it to be personally tailored for me. But as soon as you guys, do we have dates in an email that maybe I haven't caught up on yet?
I think not yet. I think general time frame, we're looking at probably the end of June or beginning of July for the budget workshop, and then the mid-year retreat sometime after that. And then, yeah, I see our clerks come back on. So I was just going to hand it over to her if she had anything that I missed from my notes, and then maybe she could talk a little more about timeline.
Are you, and so is she going to be the one to kind of throws it out to see what works for everybody, or is?
Yeah, there will
Okay.
be probably a doodle poll at some point soon.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, I'm going to be using an app in Microsoft called Find Time that's free. So if you see something using that app, it's sort of like Doodle. Just so you know what that is if you see it.
Great. And did I miss anything that you wanted clarification on, Sarah? Or for something for us to think about, or did I hit most of the main points?
Not really. Like we've got a vendor list that we've pulled down from Association of Washington Cities, and I just kind of wanted to know before I reach out to them, you know, if you're going to be doing 1 meeting or 2 meetings, or you know, what sorts of like, or I remember Amy you saying part of the retreat would be communication exercise. So you know, I'll be looking for somebody with that kind of skill set. But if you know you have a draft retreat, draft agenda or anything to send, that would be appreciated too.
Yeah, I can definitely pull something like that together. And just for the rest of the council, I think I had mentioned this before, but just in case, that was something I had been gravitating toward for the mid-year retreat, was to bring a facilitator on that maybe could offer some kind of professional development. So it added a value for everyone involved, and then lead into just a normal agenda there. So I can come up with a draft agenda and then see what council thinks, and then we can go from there.
And you talked about the budget workshop was going to kind of be like big ideas from the council and the directors. So the directors are going to attend also, right? To talk about stuff for the budget, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So we will. Okay. So we'll follow up with that soon. So keep an eye on your guys' inbox. And so with that, I think we're at the end of the good of the order, unless anyone had anything else. Okay, we'll move on. Review a regular meeting agenda. This would just be if there's anything on the consent agenda that you saw that you wanted to pull, just to give us a heads up. Did anyone have anything on the council agenda that concerned them or that they wanted to pull? Everyone's good with consent? All right. So with that, then I will welcome, let's see, Wendy Brown from WBPC. Double check that acronym. So this is our desired outcome as city administrator search. And I guess I just want to welcome you and thanks for spending time with us tonight, and I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. Looking forward to supporting you on this recruitment. I've put together an agenda. I'm not sure if you saw that, just to kind of get a sense of where we're at. Does it make sense if I share my screen to kind of follow along on the document that I've got, if that works for everybody?
Yeah, feel free.
Okay, great. I'll turn that on in just a minute. I think I just really quickly kind of talk a little bit about what my hope is for this evening, is to get a sense of the framework, just so you know kind of what the process looks like, the timeline, some of the different meetings that we'll have, maybe explain those in a little bit more in detail. We'll talk about stakeholder engagement and some of the conversations I've had already with the mayor, and where we're headed on that path. So I've already had a couple of discussions already with the mayor to kind of help put this recruitment in a framework. And so we'll talk a little bit about where we're at right now and what our plan is moving forward. And also hear from you all at the end of that, answer any questions you have. And then I'd like to hear who you're looking for in an ideal candidate as well. I thought maybe I would just, before I get started, if you would like me to introduce myself or a little bit about my firm. I'm not sure if you're interested or if you've already got that material.
Oh, go ahead and feel free.
Okay. So I'll just start off with, I've got about 20 years of experience in executive recruiting in public sector. Prior to public sector, I was in marketing and branding in the private sector. So I would say one of the things that I brought into recruiting is really knowing how to target an audience and brand and a client of choice perspective. So you'll see that in some of our materials that we'll be producing for the city of Duvall, is really trying to capture your character and what really makes your brand interesting and ideal for somebody to want to work for your organization. I started my career in public sector recruiting at the County of Orange in California when I was in Southern California. I'm currently in Southern Oregon right now and have been for the last 20 years. We're currently in 6 different states right now. So this is my first recruitment in Washington, but we're going to be doing the CIO recruitment for King County, we're also potentially got another recruitment we'll be doing in Washington. So we're starting to break some ground in Washington. So thank you for being my first. It's wonderful. Mostly I've been in Oregon and California. So we'll be working through some of those unique differences as well. I don't know if there's anything else I can share or any questions that you have. We have 13 employees. We have a few different employees in a couple of different states. I've got 3 different recruiters in our team right now. The rest of our team are support in one way or another. We've done several city manager recruitments. The most recent one I'm almost completely done with is the city of Pasadena in California. We've got a couple of other city recruitments going on right now too. So I'd like to turn it over to you and see if you have any questions about my background or experience. All right, well, then we'll get started. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I can pull up some examples too of any of the materials that I'm talking about or the process that we're going through. If you'd like to see a sample of anything, I'll pull a few up that I think might be relevant or interesting to you, but I do have a few samples I can share throughout any of the process here. So framework is really to get a sense of how we're kind of seeing the process going. The first part is going to be the stakeholder engagement, and I'll talk a little bit more in detail about some of the names that I've received already from the mayor, and she might be getting me a few more as well. Then we'll talk a little bit about brochure and advertising, what our campaign looks like, what our robust advertising campaign will look like. Talk about the timeline. We have a suggested timeline right now that we'll be moving forward with. Then we'll talk about the rest of the process. So there's a lot that happens before we get back together again. So the timeline will be helpful in just identifying what we'll be doing during that process. I'll have a shortlist meeting with the mayor where I present candidates that I phone screened, that after we do the recruitments, accumulate the applications, I'll do phone screens for candidates that are looking stronger. And then I'll present those candidates to the mayor and advocate for them at that meeting and let her know why I'm thinking these folks would be a good match for your organization. And then we'll move forward after that to the interviews. So that's just basically the process. There's also, background and reference checks after that process, but that's pretty much the framework. So getting into some of the details of that, what we're going to do for the stakeholder engagement is we'll be doing a community survey as well as a staff survey. And that's going to include basically a 5-minute survey where it has about 40 different competency skill sets that people will be able to choose the top 7. And then I'm going to show an example of what that looks like. The results of what a survey would look like. The report that comes out of that, which is really, it's always fun and it's always really interesting to see, that there's a lot of crossover with competency skill sets from one recruitment or one group to another, from staff to the community. This is a sample of the most recent survey we've done for the city of Pasadena. You'll see the top core competencies that came out from that top 7 pick. You can see all of the core competencies in the group, but the top 10 came out like this. So I'll be sharing this with the mayor as well as council on how the surveys come. But I think it's really helpful for everybody to create a really inclusive and engaging process for everybody. I think surveys really get a chance to do that. We'll also produce a Spanish version of the community survey as well. So, and then the stakeholder calls and other kinds of meetings we'll be doing. We've already actually met with your department heads. So we will, some of the other folks that we got on our list that we'd likely be reaching out to will be the school superintendent, the president of Chamber of Commerce, fire chief, a council member of the district that you're in, the CEO of the Association of Washington Cities, which represents many cities in your county. And then we'll be putting together a virtual Zoom meeting. We'll probably offer 2 different times for folks to participate. That's going to include several of your nonprofit organizations. A few of them are listed here. And so that's the stakeholder engagement part of the recruitment process. So there's two main reasons why you want to do the stakeholder engagement. One is to really get a 360 perspective of an ideal candidate that helps me be a better matchmaker. But in addition to that, you can't have everybody included in every decision-making process throughout the recruitment. So this really allows people to have a voice in that process. So it really gives people the sense of they've had an opportunity to have a say in how things are moving forward. So is there any questions so far about the stakeholder engagement or anything else I've talked to you about so far? Okay, not hearing any. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the timeline. So this is our suggested timeline. We're still working with the mayor to iron these details out, but I think we're pretty close. We're looking to open the recruitment on or about July 11th. We had to kind of hop over some holidays, so we couldn't start it a little sooner. So I'm sorry about that. So July 11th, and then closing on or about August 8th. We usually do a soft close anyways. Shortlist meeting is going to be on the 23rd, where we bring forward the candidates that we're recommending for the mayor to consider. That usually includes twice as many people as we'll actually invite to interview. Usually that list, and I don't have a hard and fast, it has to be this much, or usually that list is usually somewhere between 5 and 7 that actually are invited to interview. Interview dates, first interview process is going to be a panel interview on August 30th. And then second virtual, these are both virtual, second virtual interview is going to be on September 1st. And the process there is with the panel, and I'll talk about the panel in just a minute, who that potentially may include, is on August 30th, that group's job is to reduce that 5 or 7 group of candidates that the mayor has selected at the shortlist down to a smaller group. That usually is around 3, but that is no hard and fast number. The mayor will be involved in the morning to brief the panel and let them know, remind them of who we're looking for in the ideal candidate. And that will also be highlighted in the brochure based on the core competencies we heard from everybody. And then that group will be interviewing the candidates. We collect basically 2 sets of information. What did you like about the candidates? What questions or concerns that you had? And then we also do a forced ranking that will help us identify what that smaller group of people are that they recommend. At the end of the day, we'll be meeting with the mayor and debriefing with her and sharing their thoughts about the candidates. Not everybody's going to agree 100% on who the top candidate is, but usually we can come up with the top 3. And then the mayor will thank the panel and make a decision on who moves forward to second day interviews, which will be a virtual interview that will be with her and potentially the vice mayor on Thursday, September 1st. And then final in-person interviews are going to be on the 10th of September. And that will also include hopefully a tour of, we're still working out the details of that and who will be doing the tour and a one-on-one with the mayor. In my perfect world as the recruiter, from that day, we'll have selected an ideal candidate to move forward with to do background and reference checks. Once the background and reference checks have been completed, then they'll move forward. I believe the process would be to move forward and get confirmation from council. So correct me, Mayor, if I've gotten any of that wrong. So any questions about the timeline that I just went through? Okay, just so you can get a sense of some of the people we're thinking about having on the panel. Again, we're still in the process of finalizing this. Mayor Pro Tem on day 1, fire chief, a couple of department heads, which we're still working through those details. Another administrator from a city in Washington, an equity and social justice partner. Those are all still to be determined partners that we'll be identifying for our panel. And then I already talked about the mayor's briefing, debriefing, and the outcome of that day and what that does for day 2. We talked about the mayor and the pro tem mayor, and those are just the details here in the timeline. So, all right. So our advertising campaign is very robust. It will include one of those really nice brochures, as I mentioned earlier, and I can certainly share a sample of that online for you if you'd like. We have a robust advertising campaign that will include online advertising, headhunting. We're LinkedIn recruiters, so we have access to over 300 million profiles on LinkedIn. Of course, not all of them are going to be your ideal candidate, but the nice thing about being a LinkedIn recruiter is we can do bully searches on candidates with the ideal background that you're looking for, and we can reach people that aren't necessarily looking for jobs. Certainly can get all that information from city and county associations as well, to be able to do direct mail to people that are not only in Washington, but other states who are in these roles. And that also includes phone calls that we'll be making specifically to, hopefully people are in and around the city that you're in, that we'll be reaching out to. So those are some things as far as diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are partners with Circa Diversity Jobs.com. We have access to their list of diversity job boards, which includes over 600 job boards, over 15,000 associations, and a database of over 2 million people that are from their diversity job boards. So we are excited about that partnership, and that's really produced. It's been very helpful to be able to reach out and also reduce the price that some of these diversity job boards have gotten to. So I'll just open it up for any questions that you might have about the advertising campaign or anything else I've mentioned.
I see Councilmember Naplin, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. That was a great presentation. I had 2 questions. The first, I was hoping to get a little bit more information about the in-person meeting on September 10th, what's involved with that. And then secondly, I just wanted to hear more about your approach to finding candidates when you're new to the Washington area. So yeah.
Absolutely. So let me answer the first part first. So on the 10th, as we're looking at it right now, we would do in-person interviews with the mayor. We would do a tour of the town. We're thinking a department head could do that. And then the outcome of that day would be an ideal candidate that would then go through the background and reference checks. Once that candidate's been vetted, then we will be bringing them forward to the council for an appointment.
So just looking at that, it doesn't look like there will ever be a chance for council members to meet any of the candidates. We will just be presented with someone we've never met to confirm. I'm just trying to understand. I know that, like, for example, when the school district just found someone, they did, you know, an online panel where the community could watch and see the different candidates be interviewed and provide input, things like that.
Right.
At a minimum, it kind of surprises me that there would be absolutely no ability for council members to meet any of the candidates before they are being asked to confirm them. It seems a bit unusual.
Understood. And you know, the process is set up by the mayor. So that is the process that we came up with. I'm not sure, Mayor, if there's anything that you want to add to that or anything you'd like to say with that process.
Well, we did talk about having, you know, a council meet and greet because there's, you know, I'll be honest, the last process didn't end up the way that we wanted it. And frankly, I think they're having fire chief and other people in the community more engaged in this process is really important. I am definitely not opposed to having them come and do, you know, a public meeting before confirmation or anything like that. And I think we did talk about it. I think we just didn't finalize it. But at the same time, this is an employee that I'm going to have to manage, and council is represented just as they were through the last process through the mayor pro tem being on board. And I will say that the first time that we hired a city administrator, council was heavily involved in that process, and it did not end up well in the long run for the city. So what I'm looking for specifically is other executives as well to help identify who's going to be a good executive, who's going to work well with the organizations that we work with. And those are really key focuses to make sure that we end up with a candidate that's going to be good for all of us.
And so and I apologize for not getting that. I do remember having the meet and greet included. So on the 10th, the plan would be to, and we might have 2 candidates at that point. Oh, no, we have 1 because we have already done the background. Wait, let me back up. Actually, we might have more than 1 at that meeting. So on the 10th, we could be, struggling between 2 candidates. So you potentially could be meeting 1 or 2 candidates. I don't imagine it when we get to final interviews that we would have 3, but if we've done a really good job, we might have 3 because it could be a struggle to try and make that decision. So so we will set up a council meet and greet. So we'll make sure that the 10th of September is on your calendar to be able to coordinate that. What I would ask is that we secure your calendars from 8 to 2. That provides us plenty of time for a briefing, a back and forth conversation between all candidates, because they'll be meeting with the mayor and doing also. So at that point, they would be rotating. Let's just assume we have 3 candidates in person. That allows us a briefing in the morning, 3 interviews, a lunch, and a debrief. So that would be the process. So.
And Wendy, I just wanted to also make mention of one of the other items we discussed is your experience, especially I believe it's more recently, of candidates not necessarily wanting to be in public meetings until they're the finalist,
Right.
because of job security and morale issues at their existing employers.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I do want to discuss that. So, in the past, 20 plus years ago, you'd see a lot more of the candidates doing public meetings. With social media these days and the access to information, it really puts candidates in jeopardy. So the candidates that would be willing to go through that process are people who are looking for a position or have already notified or not concerned about notifying their employer. That is not the large majority of candidates. Especially people who are happy at their job, especially people who are working at the will of an elected body, because I have seen it go bad when information or names get out, candidates drop out, or if they think they're going to be in a public meeting, they won't apply. So those are reasons why we don't include public meetings, or I honestly won't do a recruitment if I know the candidates have to go through a public meeting. I won't do it because it ties my hands too much to be able to bring forward really good candidates that are concerned about their current employment. So while I think it's an amazing opportunity for people to be able to be involved, it's not great for the candidates. So I'm happy to answer any questions about any of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Isaacson and then Hoag.
I think there was one more question though, that the marketing aspect of reaching people in a state that I haven't worked in before.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I get that a lot when I'm trying to break into states, and even when I'm trying to break into, a public works director that I'd never done before, a police chief recruitment I hadn't done before. And for that matter, for those many years, I didn't do city manager recruitments because it was hard for me to compete with people who had done recruitments for years ahead of me and had, hundreds of recruitments for city managers, and I'm trying to compete and I hadn't done one. So I have crossed that bridge for the last 20 years, many, many times. And I've gotten into now, well, I haven't actually done a recruitment yet in Washington, so I can't really say that I've done 6 states, but certainly 4. I've got another recruitment now in Idaho that I haven't started yet. But I think it's really my marketing and background. I've got an innate ability to be able to hear what my client's looking for and be a really good matchmaker. The tools that are available today versus 20 years ago, well, even 20 years ago, the internet was around, but it wasn't as robust as it is today. You hired recruiters because of their connection and their ability to have done past recruitments and have past names and reaching people. But I can get a whole list of all the city managers and city administrators in the state of Washington next week, with phone numbers and email addresses probably. I can get all of that information. And while I do agree it's nice if I have built relationships with those candidates, they also are always willing to take a phone call from an executive recruiter. They like to establish those relationships for even if they're not interested. And so I find reaching them and getting a hold of people is not a difficult thing. And my marketing background, people always are very excited about my brochures. I really capture the the ideal candidate profile, what's great about Duvall and what's great about living and working there. And that's really, I think, a lot of people are looking for the right organization. So, so I think that, our marketing material is really good, and it really attracts people to want to apply for a position. It also takes 3 to 5 minutes for somebody to go through our applicant tracking system. So we don't put a lot of hoops and challenges in front of them to be able to apply quickly. So I think for all those reasons, we've done a really great job. Our clients are always amazed at how many applicants we get. And they're also really amazed at how strong our candidate pool is and how diverse they are. Right now, we've got over 54%, about 54% of diverse hires in executive level positions, and over 60% of our applicant pools are from a diverse background. So Ed, let me know if I've answered your question.
Councilmember Naplin, did that answer what you had asked?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to find the unmute button. Thank
No
you
worries.
so much. Yeah, that was wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you.
All
So
right, great.
Councilmember Isaacson, Hoag, and then Mercer.
So I got a couple questions. I'll just start one, then my hand will go down and it will come back up for the mayor to know I'm not forgetting to take my hand down. So the background process, with your experience, Wendy, when we enter that phase, are you only going to run background on one or multiple candidates? The reason why I ask is, or is it the city process? I mean, you may have to answer this, that we potentially have one of the candidates kind of in the wings in the background in case something falls through during a background check, because that could really drag out the process.
Yeah, no, that's also a really great question. Usually it's one candidate. If we are fortunate enough to have 2 or 3 really strong candidates, which I'm currently in a recruitment process right now where we do, they're in the process right now. They've already made the decision to move forward with one. They have accepted, for example, I'm just giving this to you as an example, to move forward to start negotiations. With the other 2 candidates, I've had a transparent conversation with them to let them know they are fantastic. All 3 of these candidates could be hired. Things do happen. Sometimes we can't negotiate through the process. I try to stretch that out a little bit. So if that candidate falls out quickly within 3 days of their interviews, then the second candidate doesn't necessarily know that they weren't the number one. So I try and get that person to commit very quickly, so we can move to the next candidate without them necessarily knowing that they weren't the number one selection, because that doesn't feel good. But other people do understand that if they are not selected, that they're still being considered, they do appreciate that, and they appreciate the transparency. And I've had to go back to a second candidate and sometimes a third because we weren't able to negotiate effectively with the first 2. I will let you know, though, that is part of my phone screening process, is to really make sure that people understand the cost of housing and they understand the salary range and those kinds of things, that when we get there shouldn't be any surprises, but sometimes there still is, even though I do the best I can along the way. And I think there was a second part of that question. Sorry.
I was just wondering, once you moved into that background,
right,
the background,
right.
I mean, that could really shut down if something was found that.
Yeah. So it takes about 1.5 weeks to 2 weeks to do a really extensive, good background. Backgrounds are typically, I mean, the criminal history, the federal and state criminal, they could be back within an hour or a couple of hours. So they're pretty quick. They're pretty instant. There's local polls we do as well in the counties that they've been in. And then we have an investigator that we use on our team. He's got 40 years in public safety. He retired as a police chief, and he currently has his own employee investigation company. And so he does all of our reference checks. So it creates a little separation between me, who has, although I would never want a candidate to move forward that didn't complete his reference checks, I think it's a nice, transparent process for my client to know that I've got a separation between my interest and in the process. And so this consultant does our reference checks, and he'll come back with, a 360 reference check. We usually ask for 2 people that they've reported to, 2 people of significant, like a good department head, not somebody low in the organization, that have reported to them, and then 2 people aside. That's usually going to be another peer or another community partner. In this case would probably be 2 people in the community, 2 elected officials that they reported to, or if this is a department head, a county administrator they've reported to. So we do a 360 process. So we try to get somewhere between 5 and 6 references. I have not talked to the mayor about that, though. There are more investigative background checks we can do. He certainly can do those. I know that you also have a police chief, so there's a possibility that you might want to do that internally too, but we can talk about those details up down the road. But in any of those 3 scenarios, you're going to get a very robust background and reference checks.
Councilmember Hope.
Thank you. My question has to do with directors that I didn't quite understand with your presentation if our current directors are all part of the interview process. And I kind of think that they should be. So I just wasn't quite clear.
So they're not all going to be. I think we're going to pick a couple of department heads that I know that we can't invite them all. That's why I did the department head kickoff meeting to kind of hear what they were looking for in an ideal candidate. So we did bring, or at least invite everybody to participate in that. And the panel itself will probably just have a couple because we're trying to get a mix of both your community as well as other subject matter experts, other administrators, as well as I think a good culture fit. That'll give the mayor a really good, robust 360 perspective on where everybody's at. And I think that a couple of department heads that are that have maybe a larger responsibility in the organization. My recommendation would be maybe the police chief and the public works director, but again, it could be a combination of a couple of other people too. We haven't made any final decisions.
So is the discussion with council, is that something we are doing at a separate time as far as what we're looking for in a candidate?
So I would like to, in this meeting, at least get a general idea. After we get through this process, we're going to start listening from you and hearing from you who your ideal candidate is, what the background should look like, what kind of background are they bringing? What are some interpersonal communication, leadership strengths you think that they should be bringing? What are the technical expertise areas that you think these candidates should have? So I will be opening that up for general discussion. And also I'm available. You're welcome to contact me for a follow-up to give me any, private conversation about what you're looking for. If you have additional information that you'd like to share with me at any time.
Councilmember Mercer.
Yeah, I excuse me, and I'll mute myself if I start coughing again. I think, I appreciate the overview you provided. I know in general in the council, we've had a number of conversations more broadly just around the hiring climate in terms of, where the economy is sort of post-COVID, the change in recruitment. And I was just curious, you obviously provided sort of a framework for what you and the mayor have agreed on in terms of how to approach this at sort of a little bit of higher level. I was curious if, given, it's a smaller town, the economics of employment have changed significantly in the last 2.5 years. We're in sort of a period of inflation in terms of some cost pressures. You referenced sort of directly, indirectly, the cost of just living and housing in Washington if you're coming from outside the state. And you don't have to go obviously in depth because I'm conscious of time. But if anything has changed in terms of what you presented, in terms of the approach you're taking that you shared with council today, has changed or evolved at all in terms of if you're doing anything different with those factors, or if this is pretty typical of the recruitment approach you would go through. Obviously, the economic package you put together in terms of salary and benefits, that's going to vary based on the candidate and where they're coming from. But just in the general approach you're taking to the recruitment process at all, if that's been evolved or changed at all in today's moment, because where our concern, that's been one of the concerns, is just the number of applicants that are actually available, and then just it just people aren't as interested or, various things, personal challenges or other things. So
Sure.
I'll sort of pause there.
Yeah, you brought up a lot of things. I think I'd like to tackle like what's different in recruiting these days first, and then I'd like to get to the finance role. And then and then the process, and if that's different. So maybe I'll start off with, this is a typical process. I think the difference that today that you're seeing versus what would have happened 2.5 years ago is we probably would have been doing all of this in person. I probably would be having this meeting with you in person. So the hybrid approach to recruiting has really been very helpful for a lot of things. It saves taxpayer dollars. You're not having to pay for me to travel. You're not having to pay for candidates to travel. I can't tell you how many times I had candidates drop out, especially city manager recruitments or other really hard to fill positions where they got voluntold that they need to be somewhere. And 3 days before we're having our interviews, I have our top candidates dropping out of the recruitment process. That just isn't happening any longer because of the opportunity for virtual interviews. And so I think the virtual interviews have really, not to say that we won't have any candidates dropping out, but I think that's created an opportunity for people who still really want to stay in the recruitment process for them to remain in that process because it provides a real flex. They only have to find an hour in their day, right? Instead of 2 days or 3 days of travel and all of that. So I think that that's the biggest difference that I've seen. It saves taxpayer dollars. It keeps people from dropping out of the recruitment that want to stay in the recruitment. And I think it does a really good job now that everybody's kind of really used to this environment and making decisions in this environment. I think it does a really good job of getting us down to a smaller group of candidates. At that point, people are willing to take the time when they know that they're one of 3 or one of 2 versus one of 7. They feel a lot more confident that they are ready now to go ahead and set some time aside on their calendar and make that commitment for travel. So that's one thing. The fiscal part of things is really interesting, and it's a very interesting and challenging time right now. That people are finding that they're having to spend a lot more money when they have to go back out and recruit. What you were able to hire your staff for prior to the last 6 months is different than what you would probably have to hire them for today, even the last year. So I think that there's a lot of catching up that needs to happen. There's a lot of class and comp studies that are being done right now, for example, where people are still struggling because they're doing class and comps against organizations that haven't done class and comp updates recently. So it's this weird time where you're trying to measure where you're supposed to be, but you're measuring against other people that haven't gotten there either. So I think it's a challenging time right now with that. And you're trying to do your due diligence to be able to justify why you need to pay people more. And it's difficult because you can't get the justification because people just haven't gotten caught up yet. Classifications and compensation studies take months, 6 months sometimes to do. And they're very expensive in addition to that. And then you get to the end and you're like, do I know more than I did? And so it's just this weird state right now that we're in right now. So I think that in your compensation package, people, especially in higher priced places, you're finding also a lot more creative benefits packages. So you'll find that people are doing hiring incentives and sign-on bonuses in public sector for lower level like positions that they're competing for. Or in this position, I think that, relocation / hiring incentive, even if they're local, a combination of those two in order to be able to close the deal with the candidate is what you're seeing. And also some higher price locations where people are highly desiring, even though maybe not legally requiring that the candidate be there, that they're willing to do an allowance or a monthly payment to them towards their housing. So there's a lot of creative strategies right now to be able to get people on your team. I think that that's probably covers most of everything you're asking about.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Isaacson, and then I don't know if Councilmember Schaefer had something to add as well, but go ahead, Councilmember Isaacson.
If Councilmember Schaefer has his hand up, since I've asked a question, I'd like to go to him first and then come back.
He doesn't. I just noted that he hadn't said anything yet. So I just wanted to go ahead.
Which is unusual, but
I didn't say that, but go ahead, Councilmember Isaacson, and then we'll go to Schaefer if he has something.
So the second question, I wanted to hear everyone's question, all the answers, because I'm learning still in the process of hiring someone for city staff. I love the transparency that we have at city council. But I'm looking for Wendy's experience, I guess, in this, and then kind of to the council and the city on board to kind of, I don't want to overreach our role as city council to drag this out. I love the transparency that we're seeing it, but it seems to me like the city should have a process to hire someone, and we being invited to be a part of it is great. But I'm just looking for some background experience on that from Wendy, and then also kind of, like I said, back to maybe the mayor is like, I'm very grateful Pro Tem is on there, but I'm just a bit concerned that we would drag out a process with all of our multiple questions from so many people.
So I agree. And, you're a city administrator form of government versus a city manager form of government with a strong mayor. So that makes the difference. That just makes it different. And I've just been through 3 days of interviews with a city manager form of government where I had, 8 elected by persons over 3 days. So that were involved in every decision that we made. So that it's just different, and it's not bad. It's just different. And then, the way the process is designed in the city of Duvall could be completely different from the way it might be designed in another city, but that's how it's designed. And the mayor gets to be able to have the ability to be able to make those decisions. And I know that it doesn't always feel, there's a lot of interest, and I understand why the elected body would want to have more say in where some of the decision points are, but that's just not how it's set up. And I know that it doesn't feel quite comfortable, but it is the way it is. Just how Duvall set up. So
Councilmember Schaefer, did you have anything, or were you ready to move on to just, I think, Wendy, are we headed toward the feedback portion, or?
yeah, if there's no other questions. All right. Well, I'd love to just start off. So I kind of like to break this step into 3 different sections. One is, what do you love about your community? What do you love about the city of Duvall that makes it so special and amazing? And I'd love to hear from you too, Mary. I didn't really get a chance to really chat with you a lot about that either. About, what is it that you think is so attractive about your community that's going to be something I'm going to be able to share with the candidates? So that's one question I have to help me be able to sell you better. The other is, what characteristics are you looking for in an ideal candidate? And that's beyond the technical expertise, although I do want to hear that as well. The characteristics of the candidate, get into those core competencies that are not always, easy to train in somebody. It's very rare these days that people don't work out in organizations because they're not technically capable. It's their values, it's their leadership style, it's their communication skills, their interpersonal or emotional intelligence, their political savvy, so their ability to connect with the community. So those are a lot of things that I would say, maybe some of them might kind of transfer a little bit over into the technical area, but they really are those interpersonal characteristics that we're looking for in an ideal candidate. And then the third bucket is that background, that experience, that technical background. So are we looking for somebody who is an experienced city administrator or city manager, or could you potentially consider somebody who's a very strong department head? And if so, is that somebody coming up from community development or public works? Ideally, those kinds of things are helpful for me to know. And usually those details of technical details, you think about when you start to think about where are the gaps in your city, like, oh, we don't have a strong this. I'd love to see the city manager or city administrator not only be an amazing city administrator, but also have a background in water and wastewater, because that would be an amazing strength to be able to bring to our community. So those are the kind, or finance, or those kinds of things. Usually City administrators just need to be strong in finance. I understand you have really strong finance directors, so maybe there's an opportunity for us to think about economic development or other areas of interest. And then the fourth, and I forgot to mention, there is a fourth, and that is what are the opportunities and challenges that the city of Duvall has in front of them that I can talk about and share with the candidate that makes their job exciting or makes them want to not see themselves as a match. So I think I'd like to start off with the background because I think it's the easiest. And then we can get into the characteristics, what you love about the community, and what are some of the challenges and opportunities in front of you. So if we start off with the background, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
Does anyone want to kick us off?
And just to clarify, that was sort of the skills in terms of.
Yeah,
or-
the skills, like, so, yeah, I mean, could you see somebody, you know, you see this as a stretch candidate, potential amazing candidate, assuming they have all the interpersonal strengths you're looking for, but maybe haven't had the role yet?
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to share. I jotted some down sort of
Okay,
before the
great.
meeting, and they're somewhat generic. I mean, I think they're the things that when I go through in terms of hiring in my day job, I look for sort of broad thinking, but and just looking at sort of, you know, past in the role and kind of where we've run into problems, or not necessarily problems or challenges in terms of communication, but an effective collaborator and partner. And that partner is on multiple levels, accountable, inclusive, high degree of integrity, respectful of staff and council, strong leadership skills, confident, willing to, you know, delegate and trust.
So can I take you back to respectful of staff and council?
Sure.
Sorry, I can't type that fast.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it'd be helpful, I guess, if we do record these, but we don't transcribe them, at least to get to that level.
I'm a pretty fast typer, but I just wasn't keeping up with you.
Well, and it's not a little unfair because I'm reading off the list. Strong leadership skills, yeah, delegates and trusts the staff to sort of follow through. Effective listener, open to feedback and personal growth. Good communication skills. And I think that's both, you know, within the council interactions, the staff interactions, and broader community. A strategic thinker who sort of can get the big picture and aggregate data. Bias to action and tactical execution. Strong networking skills. Because I think there's a lot to learn around our broader, whether it's the Snoqualmie Valley partnerships or other city administrators, well-versed in policy law and public administration, although we do have, you know, a lot of that expertise in-house, and then financial acumen and strong analysis or data analysis skills. That was sort of I was going to say a short list. It's not that short, but
it hit all the good ones though. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Schaefer, if it's okay, I'm gonna jump in super quick because I'm actually gonna sign off in like 6 minutes, and the mayor's gonna take over chairing. So I just wanted to have a chance to say some of mine. And I think Councilmember Mercer, that was a pretty good list. I think a lot of us could second that. I think, you know, there's something to be said for someone who can understand the complexity of their role and how it relates to the council. It's somewhat of a delicate balance. And so just someone who can figure that out and just understand. I think for me, the big one is a strong communicator in every way, every possible way, just very strong in communication. And that being said, a relationship builder as well. And that goes to building a relationship with the mayor, with the council, with the community, with the staff. I mean, everybody. And I think for as busy as everyone always is in our city, someone who can take a list that's all super important stuff, like everything seems like a high priority, and be able to prioritize that. And that would be really helpful for someone to be able to do, because I think that's really challenging. And then lastly, I would just say that, you know, if an issue arises, someone who's willing to go to the source and connect with the person or the thing that whatever the issue is, and just work it out from there. I think going to the source of a problem or issue or concern, rather than, you know, splashing around a bit, I think is just more direct and smoother overall for the entire organization.
Okay.
And then Councilmember Schaefer.
Okay, thanks. I'm certainly on board with everything that's just been said. There's really two items for me that are top of mind, though, with the city administrator. One is appreciation for what Duvall is. The fact that we're not only a small town, we're an unattached community. We are not a suburb. We're independent. The folks here in town take great pride in the fact that we are a small town, and there's some unique characteristics that goes along with Duvall that are frankly not common in other communities, even small town communities. I think it's really important that the city administrator understands that. Second item has to do with the leading and rapport with staff, specifically the directors. These are the folks that he has to have not only good rapport, he has to have respect from, he has to have the ability to understand not only what their roles are, but understand their perhaps unique talents and the ability to get along with staff. And really a partnership there is more important to me than anything else. One of the things I noticed was that the panel, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it included two directors, is that correct?
As of right now, that's what we're thinking would be ideal, but we haven't made any hard and fast. If there was some comments or suggestions you'd like to make for us.
Yeah, I'd like to expand that. I think maybe a minimum of 4 directors would be better there, just to get a better representation of their needs and their desires.
Okay, well, we're going to be finalizing that, so I'll definitely put that down as a topic.
Okay, thank you.
For us to just, yeah, absolutely.
All right. Next up is Councilmember Isaacson, Hoag, and then Napland.
I think everyone who spoke so far has kind of hit the nail on the head for a lot of things I would look for as well. One of the things in their background I think would really benefit this group is someone who does have background in a developing small town. Okay. That they can respect, not come in from a large city or a large organization and try to come in here and tell us we got to do it some other way someone else has done it. They need to come in with a background of respecting those challenges that the community is enduring as we develop a very small town. Like Will said, it has a lot of pride in this town. I think that would be like oil and water if we brought someone out from a highly experienced, city, big suburb area and say, hey, this is a great candidate because they have all this experience. I think it should be the other way around.
Okay.
Great. Councilmember Hoag.
Thank you, Mayor. So everyone kind of expressed things that I've been thinking, but Councilmember Mercer has a really good way of expressing this, because I was saying a good with at working as a team, good teamwork, good listener, communications, but really ultimately what he said is really important is the respect of staff and council, I think should be number one. And communication with the community engagement is a big piece for us right now as well. We are in a really small town, a small community, a bedroom community. One of the really great things about our community is how safe it is here. And so I think someone would be very lucky to be able to come and work as our city administrator for that reason. And I agree that as many directors as possible should be able to engage and see if it's a good match, because we have to be able to work together as a team. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Napland.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, the list that's been presented so far is great. It's all the things I feel similarly. One thing that's interesting, you flashed up a list of priorities of another city that was it Pasadena? I can't remember where it was, but the first top three I wrote down. The first was something like ethics, honesty. The second was public sector experience, and the third was budgeting and finance. Those aren't perfect representations, but I was jotting it down as quick as I could when I saw it flash.
Yeah.
And did I get it close?
You got it really close. Yeah,
And
there were ethics, integrity, and honesty, public sector and city management, or in this case, city management and or administrator experience, just really that technical credibility, municipal, fiscal, budgeting experience. Yep, those were all the top three. Okay.
Anyway, I thought that was a great list, and the same things that I've felt strongly about. I do think we need someone who has an administrative experience where they are managing other administrators. I do think that that's important, and someone who has had to navigate a council and a mayor type of a relationship. I think there's a lot of politics there that, takes a special type of person to be able to navigate that. And I don't know if we would be ready to test out someone who had never done that.
Yeah.
I also think it's important to have someone, my preference would be someone who has experience in the state of Washington. We've brought people in from out of state 2 times never mind. Maybe just the one. But I don't know. I do think that would be very helpful. And then the budgeting and finance, I just want to say ahead of time, that doesn't reflect on thinking we have any weakness in our director. I just do think our city is facing, right now we have a lot of one-time money coming in, but really looking forward to the future of how our city is going to be sustainable when this huge influx of growth and one-time money concludes.
Right.
Just someone who can be experienced to be, I think I heard the word strategic in how we move forward. That's something that I'm looking forward to, finding someone who has that quality and experience.
Yeah.
So, yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I also want to say that I agree. I really think all the directors should, at what depth they're involved, I don't know, but at least all of them should have a chance to meet and interact with the top 3 candidates. It's hard to imagine that they wouldn't. So I'm hopeful that can be worked in.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Wendy on that? All right.
I'd love to hear. I know we've kind of creeped into that a little bit about what's amazing about Duvall, and I don't know, Mayor, if you'd like to start off with that. I know you and I have talked a little bit about the ideal candidate already, and I don't know. Well, maybe I should first turn that over to you because you haven't publicly been able to say your thoughts. So you want to start there and then talk about Duvall?
Well, frankly, I think Ron came very well prepared with his list.
Okay.
Ron is a very strategic thinker and really good at outlining all of that stuff. So he pretty much said a good chunk of it. I think another key component is not just respecting council and staff, respecting the mayor and the staff's unique roles. That is critically important to the success of any city administrator with both council and the mayor. I think you and I talked a little bit about some of those things previously on why that's so important. Just in general, I can deep dive in other things, but the ethics and integrity part is huge. Being able to, manage difficult conversations is critically important. And essentially Ron got into that. So I don't think I could add much more value to what he has said. But as far as characteristics of Duvall, I think most of us that are on the city council moved to Duvall because of the small town feel, Many of us drove across that Snoqualmie Valley for the first time and felt relaxed, or we felt a connection to something in our past. For my husband and I, it was a small town that had just gotten its second stoplight, got its first Safeway 21 years ago. And it was a place we bought our first home hoping to raise a family. And to us, it felt like sort of like our college town on a hill. And one of the things that always stands out is people talk a lot about how fast the city's growing, and it is growing fast. 25 years of planning is all coming in all at once. But what hasn't changed is the type of people who move here. And the people that move here want to be part of the community. They want to be part of the small town feel, and they want to contribute and participate in events and things like that. And I think many on this, whether they're newer to the city or have been here for a couple of decades, like Councilmember Naplin and Councilmember Mercer and I, that the longer you're here, the smaller town it feels and the more you like it. As far as the people, that a community is not just what it looks like. It is primarily that foundation is who lives here and what are the personalities and how engaged in the community are they? Are they supportive of each other? Are they supportive of the schools? Are they supportive of their local governments? Are they supportive of our nonprofits? And that is the community that we have here, frankly. We also have the unique situation of being close to the foothills, but not exactly foothills. So we get a lot of weather in the winter. And that's something that one of the characteristics that actually keeps my family here is, we're used to the flooding. It's something that's never going to go away. Being in a floodplain, that is nature. But we're also at the foot of at the base of the foothills. So we get snow in the winter when Seattle doesn't. We don't get a lot of it. It brings things to a halt, but it provides an opportunity to slow down and relax and enjoy what we have here. So those are just a couple of the things. We've got our community events. The Duvall Days celebration that was last weekend was absolutely incredible after a couple of years hiatus, and the whole community comes out and they're out all day long. And that's something that you don't have in many other cities. We do have something very unique here. And I'll leave it at that because I want to make sure that everybody else gets an opportunity to speak to that as well. Councilmember Naplin, you had your hand up. Did you want to go next, or was it still up?
It was still up. I apologize. I didn't take it down.
No problem. Who would like to go next?
Councilmember Isaacson, I'll go next. So we're talking about what we like about Duvall. Wendy, is that kind of what the question is?
Basically to help me sell you and why they'd want to move their family or themselves or see themselves living and working in your community.
Yeah, the mayor, I think, sums it up for me as well. But my background and why I came here was when we were moving here, we went from Gig Harbor. You don't know the area, but we basically did a half circle from Gig Harbor all the way up around Everett, trying to get to a little, get away from the city, but have access to the city when we wanted to. And the town has impressed me more as I've been here. The things that I found out about like is that community feel everywhere, from a very diverse background of people. That doesn't seem like, for the most part, there's much judgment in this town. People can be who they are and they're accepted. And you all walks of life. I mean, you're going to see people all walks of life in this town, from the country person that lived here from day one who doesn't want this town to grow at all,
Right.
but they're also still very respectful and loving and supportive of everyone who comes here. It seems like you have outliers, of course, like anywhere.
Right.
But is by far the minority when it comes to who you're going to interact with in this town. It's extremely diverse, and sometimes we get accused of not being diverse because we live out in the middle of the country and some people don't know where we are because they don't come out here and they don't experience it.
Right.
So you'll be very welcomed by the community.
That's nice. And I should add too, I do know a little bit about Washington. I don't know if you saw this in my cover letter to all of you, and consideration of my proposal, but my daughter's going to Seattle Pacific University, so she's in her third year right now. So I'm out there quite a bit. in Burien. So I'm sure I'll be visiting her on the way there or on the way back in my meetings with you. So I am there a bit. I am getting to know Washington a lot better for sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer?
Yeah, not to reiterate too many of the things that have already been said, but I think there's a couple of other points that are important. One is our strong connection to the Valley and the rural aspect of Duvall. We have local farmers that actually live here, have businesses here. We feel very strongly about supporting local businesses, including our agricultural businesses. And you see that in Duvall with farm to table restaurants and farmers markets and other aspects of Duvall. But it is like I said, it is a more rural feel than most communities have. Secondly, is the mom and pop businesses here. A large percentage of our businesses are small businesses, literally locally owned, or at the very least, mom and pop businesses. A high percentage of them are. And I think it's important for anyone to understand that, and important for the future of Duvall to keep that close-knit community.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. Councilmember Napland?
Yeah, I just want to say I went to SPU, so
Oh, okay, great.
great school. So it was said before, one of the great things about Duvall is we're a small town, yet we're close to the big city. So you kind of have a bit of both. And I think there's a lot of potential for our city. We've gotten a little bit bigger. I think there's potential to bring in some more businesses that build on that agricultural background, the small town feel. I just think we're kind of at the cusp to where we could really focus on what makes Duvall special and try to build on that. So I guess finding the person where that would be a passion of theirs as well, that they can see the value in our heritage. And anyway, trying to think if there was anything else. There's so many great things that people have already said, so I just echo all of that. So thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Mercer and then Hope.
Yeah, and a lot of these themes have already been touched on. I mean, truly embodies community. I think the concept of community policing, I know the chief's on here, but, my daughter knows the police. You can stop and talk to people. You may get pulled over for a warning and it turns into sort of a conversation. So
Yeah.
that's something you don't get everywhere in terms
Right.
of really knowing all aspects of the city. I think we support each other sort of in good times and bad times, whether that's coming out for an event. That was the thing that struck me, the sheer number of children and families that you'd see out. And that's an area that potentially we're not as diverse in terms of age diversity. We're working on that. And I think a lot of it is, as the mayor has alluded, those of us who come and don't leave, at some point will be older. So it'll be
Yeah.
naturally sort of occurring, process. I do think, there are some resource challenges. And as I think Councilman Napland said, we're in a great place now. In terms of funding and resourcing, we don't necessarily always have some of the resources we want for everything, but we get a lot of, and not necessarily all the time, but when we do hold events, like an opportunity for the community to come and give feedback, they have feedback. There are priorities, and that's really another aspect of probably the city administrator in terms of their level of creativity to basically be able to execute on multiple fronts, maybe not all the big stuff at once, but some small stuff with some medium stuff, and really continue to build on kind of that spark that we have here. Because I do think, all the right pieces are here to really, not necessarily, we already have something special, but really to continue that as we grow. And I think that's a lot of the feedback we get from the community isn't about the growth. It's that the growth will somehow change what we have or somehow endanger that. So again, I think it's that reinforcement and transparency but I think across the group here, a lot of the other things have been said, but that it's just that word community means so many things in the context of Duvall. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoag.
So one thing when I moved here, I didn't realize that I would really appreciate this until after I moved here, but and Councilmember Schaefer kind of mentioned it briefly that we are part of a larger community in the Valley, which is really, I've just grown to love that we're part of Carnation, North Bend, Snoqualmie, Fall City, the Snoqualmie Tribe. We just are, it's like having an extended family, and I've just grown to really like that about our community.
Thank you for that. Okay. What about opportunities and challenges? Where would you like, where are you going? What are some of the core goals and that you want to see happening over the next 1 to 5 years? What are the core challenges? I think I heard flooding. I don't know if that's a challenge that you're trying to tackle or if it's just something that you have to live with, but I'd love to hear what those goals are.
Well, one of my goals is to continue to implement policy that helps the city be stable over the long run. One of the reasons we are in a good financial position, even with or without one-time funds, is because we've been able to fully fund all of our reserves and develop new savings accounts, as well as amortize all of our equipment replacement and maintenance and operations, so that we have a set amount that we have to put in each year, so that it's a steady baseline of funding that's necessary each year. And what I want to see, and we've made some progress over the last 5 years, is more policies in place that make that process simple, so that council doesn't even have to think about it and knows it's just being done every year. At the same time, having some flexibility so that when things do go south for a year, 2, 3 years at a time, that there's the cushion to get the city through that challenging process. One of the things we have not been able to achieve, since we haven't had a stable city administrator, is updating tons of our internal policies. We have code that's 100 years old, that's completely outdated and not in line with state law. So there's a ton of lagging policy update that has to be completed. And I see this as fundamental to making sure the city runs and operates well. Because if we're not taking care of those things, we can't take care of the things we build now into the future. So that's definitely big on, I think, our challenge list. And it's not the fun thing to talk about, but it's also critically important to having a well-run city in the long term, and setting us up for when all of us on this camera are gone, that those that come beyond us have an easy job managing it. And then, of course, we have traffic and transit is a huge problem. So we've been doing a lot of legislative and congressional work to try and get studies funded, et cetera. We can't fix the flooding problem. We can mitigate through certain, basically through our transportation side of things. And that is a huge issue, as is, frankly, preparing for the next disaster. It's a huge opportunity and huge challenge, but this area hasn't had a wildland urban interface fire for over 100 years. And we are at high risk, not this year, but for the past several years. And in fact, Wendy, you may not know, a fire almost took out a planned community in Pierce County a couple of years ago. And it was a fast moving fire, and we had friends in that area that were on last minute evacuation. So then besides that, there's earthquake preparedness, making sure our facilities can handle the next disaster. And really, it's a lot of core work that, if we're going to take care of our city into the future, has to be focused on. We've got lots of fun projects as well, but that's more of a staffing issue than a management issue. But I think that, administration has to have the space and bandwidth to be able to focus on those core priorities to move us into the future. And now everybody else gets to talk about the fun stuff.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoag.
I'm not sure if this is fun stuff, but I just wanted to briefly mention that because we're a small town and a bedroom community, it makes our financial situation can be challenging because we're relying heavily on development. And so it would really be nice to have somebody that really understood how to improve our economic development into the future for us. You know, coming up with a 5-year, 10-year plan would be awesome. So.
Okay. Do you have anything like that now?
I know that our plan is to work on that. I don't know that we really have a grasp on it. So just my thought.
No, Wendy, a little bit of background. We did have an economic development plan that was developed right after I moved to this community.
Okay.
We haven't had a full update since, and that plan went into place and there wasn't funding to support the recommendations of that report. So some of it was implemented, but most of it was not.
Okay.
And that's where part of that challenge lies.
Okay, great.
Councilmember Mercer.
Touch on this a little bit, Mayor, but I think the other is, we've talked often, or more recently, we've talked about staffing for the various departments. I think one of the ongoing challenges, and it well predates me, is with a smaller city and smaller staff, you're always really focused on the now. And I think that, the concept of strategic planning was mentioned around financial, but I think that applies to other things, whether it's the parks plan, and it's really being able to carve out the bandwidth. And I think that's where having someone who's very effective at both the strategic in terms of what do we need to do, and then prioritizing or providing guidance to staff in terms of how to free up some bandwidth. So that there's a certain amount of capacity, whether that is dedicated capacity or it's on a regular cadence where they can actually engage and do the strategic planning and not feel like things are going to fall through the cracks. I'm being a little more specific, but I think that's been one of the bigger challenges. We do talk about longer term financial planning, and it's both, not necessarily always having the resources to bring in that expertise externally, but even in-house for the expertise we do have, they're busy doing their day-to-day job. And so really, finding ways to empower them, whether it's creativity, whether it's bringing in temporary staff, whether it's other things. But, we've been having a lot of these conversations in council, and I just thought I'd be a little more transparent with you in terms of how that potentially translates to the city administrator role.
Great. It's all really great information. Is there anything else people would like to add that we haven't already talked about? All right, I don't have anything else, and I know that you probably have other things to talk about. I'll just give you one more chance to ask me any questions you might have before So the next thing you'll be seeing from us is brochure that'll be coming out and those kinds of things. So I'll continue to work with the mayor to iron out any of the details. Mayor, is there anything you want to say in closing?
Not that I can think of. I'm just excited about the process and excited to hopefully have someone in the position full time soon so that I can focus on the mayoral outreach duties and not the day-to-day. So
fantastic. All right, I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Looking forward, if you prefer, you're welcome to reach out to me as well. I'll have my name and contact information on all the surveys as well, so feel free. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for working with me. Bye-bye.
And with that, we obviously did not get to the second item, which is ARPA funding request. So we can move that to the regular meeting if we have time. So with that, we'll adjourn committee of the whole until 7 p.m. and we'll start the council meeting at 7 p.m. sharp. Thanks all. Clerk McMillan, it looks like one of our guests has joined. So I'm just going to let him know that he'll be added as a panelist when it's his turn. So welcome, Matt. We look forward to hearing from you tonight. Great. As soon as we have a quorum, we'll begin the meeting. All right, we have a quorum, so I'll go ahead and call the Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 Duvall City Council meeting to order at 7 p.m. Clerk, would you please bring up the flag? For the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
Yes.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
With
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice.
justice for all.
And before we take roll, I would like to ask the council to join me, please, in a brief moment of silence for the victims of the Buffalo shooting, Uvalde shooting, and all of the multiple mass shootings that have occurred in our country since our last council meeting, and ask you to think of them, their families, their friends, and their colleagues who won't have the opportunity to share time with them again. Thank you. It's been a really rough week in this country, so thank you for taking that moment with me. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Isaacson,
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McHenry, Councilmember Mercer,
Here.
Councilmember Hoag,
Here.
Councilmember Naplin,
Here.
Mayor Okerlander.
Here. We have a quorum. Under additions and corrections to the agenda, under new business, please move item number 4 to the first under unfinished business. We're moving things around a little bit to help our consultants that are here for Public Works this evening. And does council have any other additions or corrections to this evening's agenda? All right. I did one other item as well as moving the ARPA funding discussion to the end of the meeting. We'll put that at the end after new business. Director Laniszewski, you had your hand up. Was that what you were? Okay, thank you for that. And with that, do we have a motion to approve this evening's council agenda?
I'd like to move to approve this evening's agenda.
Councilmember Isaacson seconds.
All those in favor of approving this evening's agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, we will move on to comments from the audience. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak this evening? If so, please raise your hand and the clerk will elevate you to a panelist. We do have one hand up, Clerk McMillan. And so once this individual joins the panel, if you could provide your name and address, you'll be provided 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, you should have the ability to speak now.
Is that me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is John Moore. I'm the Vice President of the Board of Directors of the Snoqualmie Valley Senior Center. And I'm on the Housing Committee, and I'm also a Duvall resident living at 28232 Northeast 144th Street here in Duvall. And I'm here tonight to invite all of you and any listeners to the Snoqualmie Valley Senior Center on June 29th between 7 and 8:30 p.m. in order to learn about the low-income affordable senior apartments that we are funding and attempting to build on some property that we own right next to the senior center. We're looking at 15 units, 3 stories for low-income senior citizens and veterans. We're about 70% funded, and we have taken on the some of the additional funding and are attempting to raise about $300,000 through grants and pledges. And this is kind of a kickoff to that campaign. We're looking, because of the funding structure, we're looking at trying to raise that money on or before September 1st of this year. So once again, it's June 29th, 7 to 8:30 p.m. We'll have our architect there. Questions will be answered. We're going to have live music, food, time for questions. And we're also selling, and you've probably seen them at other properties, engraved bricks for the walkway to the project. There's some information and a flyer and lots on our website at snowvalleysenior.org, or just Google Snow Valley Senior Center and you'll get a link to the website. There's no admission charge, and I'm told there'll be wine. So please come join us and find out what this project is all about, since the Valley doesn't have any low-income affordable senior housing available. So that's what I had, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And I can let you know that the invitation has been forwarded to all of council by our city clerk. So they do have that information in their inboxes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak this evening? Okay. Not seeing any hands. Clerk, did we receive any public comment by email or mail?
Oh, Mayor, we did not.
Great, thank you. Then we will move on. Do we have a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
I so move. Councilmember Mercer.
Second, Schaefer.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Moving on to scheduled items. First up is mayor's report. Wanted to let folks know that the May Governor's Pandemic After Action Task Force met a couple of weeks ago, starting to move forward to discuss things that didn't work well, and ideas for doing things differently in the future to prepare for the next pandemic. It was a really good meeting. Definitely looking forward to the next year's worth of work on that group. I was fortunate to have lunch with Fire Chief Erskine. We discussed lots of opportunities to collaborate and partner. He's been with the district already a year, which it seems pretty fast, and definitely has a good team in place, and is reestablishing the open, transparent relationship that we all had before things shut down during COVID, and I'm very thankful for that. So we hope to schedule at least quarterly meetings to discuss city and fire district business, and I'll keep you in the loop on that. We also had a Sound Cities Association board meeting on the 18th of May. That was the last meeting for our outgoing executive director, Deanna Dawson, before she goes on to run the Association of Washington Cities. Coming up this Thursday, I'm fortunate to be speaking at the upcoming Leadership Eastside Mayor's Lunch at Cascadia Community College. On Friday, we have the Snoqualmie Valley Mayor's Metro meeting with Councilmember Sarah Perry and Metro staff. And then just a reminder to folks about the Association of Washington Cities Conference in 2 weeks. I have been invited to moderate a middle housing panel there, so I'm really looking forward to that, and facilitating hopefully a very robust discussion on legislation that was introduced last year and things coming forward this year. Wanted to say congratulations to all of our Valley Little League teams that won their championships, as well as those that competed this year. We have the Valley Dodgers, Valley Cardinals, and Valley Reds that have all moved on to the regional conference that started tonight at Roos Field in Redmond. So I want to wish best of luck to all of those teams with the championship games set up for this coming Saturday, as well as congratulations to all of the All-Stars in the Valley Little League that will be playing this summer. Next up, I want to congratulate Kim Pira, Morgan Henley, our Public Works team, Police Department, and City Hall, as well as all of the dozens, if not hundreds of volunteers that came together to put together Duvall Days for the first time full board in over 2 years. I think I saw most of you there. It was an absolutely incredible event. Thousands of people, and despite the weather, there were still a few hundred folks at the concert on Saturday night for the concert and fireworks. And special thank you to Mayor Pro Tem McHenry for doing the organizing for mayor and council in the parade. It's herding cats with all of us sometimes, and she did it, so it's much appreciated. It's not the most fun work to organize this. So thank you all for coming out, and definitely looking forward to the events next year, especially as we hopefully have better weather next year for Duvall Days. So moving on, we have the King County Fire District 45 report. Clerk, is Chief Erskine here, or did he submit via email?
We don't have a report from Chief.
Okay, and then we'll move on to the report from the Duvall Police Department with Chief Duvall.
Mayor, we'll provide a report at the next meeting, and we'll be here for the Public Safety Committee report as well.
Okay, great. Then we'll move on next to Council Committee reports. Do we have a report from the Finance Administration Committee?
Jennifer asked me to give it, unless she's still here and wanted to give it. I think she had to step away. So we did have a finance meeting, and it was on Monday, and the Councilmember Naplin, Councilmember Henry, and our Director Mason and I were there. We did elect Councilmember Naplin to be our chair, and we had a good discussion about the budget workshop coming up, and Director Mason brought forward a modification of vacation recommendation changes to Duvall Municipal Code 4.12020, and it has to do with taking vacation, allowing new employees to take vacation as it accrues versus having to wait 6 months. The committee was in favor and supportive of this. I don't think it's on our agenda tonight. It'll be something coming forward. Our May taxes were really trending up and really strong, really high in landscaping right now with all the new plats going in. And we discussed, Director Mason gave us an update on staffing. They have hired a finance intern, to help with our budget line item detail reports, which is going to be great. And they've hired a new accountant and an accountant associate. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up is land use.
Oh, that's me. We have a meeting on next Wednesday, the 15th at 9:30. That's all I have. We didn't meet this week or this last couple weeks.
Thank you. And then public safety.
Unmute here. Let's see, we did meet at the end of last month, and let's see, recruitment update. Recruit head is set to graduate BLEA on 6/16, and officers Gunhild and Garibay have completed FPO and are on solo patrol. We do have one sergeant candidate currently in the background process, and 2 lateral candidates in background as well. The administrative specialist position, we interviewed 5 candidates, and that has been narrowed down to a list of 2 now. And the good news is, if those candidates that are currently in background get hired, we'll have a fully staffed police department in quite some time. So very good progress there. As far as an SRO update, let's see, Lieutenant Sabrin did meet with RSD to renegotiate full-time and part-time SRO ILAs. And we were reminded that the full-time SRO specifics will need to be bargained for in the CBA with the Police Guild. And we do have one very good candidate for SRO in the works right now. New officer introductions have been moved to July, and we're all looking forward to meeting them. There was a side discussion that came up related to that, but the chief assured us that the standards have not been lowered in any way to get new candidates in, which is of course is one reason why it's taken us so long. The water safety program, jet skis have been striped and were broken in. Training for staff is upcoming June 6th, I guess, which was yesterday, and June 9th. And at that point, we'll have fully trained staff ready to man the jet skis, and we will have patrol out there this year, which is very, very exciting, and I think will contribute significantly to the safety of the beach area. Bike helmet program, since this is no longer a mandatory law in Kane County, it's even more important that we have some sort of support for bike helmets here locally in Duvall. Our police department, I believe, has agreed to take over the bike helmet program from the fire department, and we'll be handing out bike helmets. Part of that is we need to have certification for helmet fitting. So as the police officers hand these out, they will also be fitting them to the specific individuals. Mental health professional update. I think we're all aware that Councilmember Perry has made this a priority and is giving us very good support. It's still in the works. We may, we may end up partnering with Redmond or someone else to share a mental health professional, but that's been giving strong support by the chief. And finally, good of the order, this, I think we've all seen, there's been a lot of social media discussion on the speed change on Big Rock Road. I don't, we didn't really discuss any rationale that should be changed, but obviously once the community is used to something, it's hard for them to get used to a lower speed limit. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. Next up is Public Works.
Oh, and that's me as well. And no update on Public Works since our last meeting.
All right, thank you. And do we have any updates from the ad hoc committees?
Yes, I do. So Councilmember McHenry and myself have met twice now since our last meeting about council procedures and code of conduct. And it's really exciting. I'm really excited. We're actually almost ready to bring 5.6 to you, which is the portion about agenda bills. And it even includes the 3-touch rule. What we've come up with right now is we've studied about 5 or 6 other cities to compare what their procedure is. And what we came up with was Issaquah seemed to have the best procedure for this. And we kind of merged it with what we had, add a little bit of Mukilteo's, and it's a real clear, concise process for agenda bills, which is not a 3-touch. We do not have a 3-touch rule in this. So it'll be really interesting to hear how council feels about that when we bring it forward. but we've been working hard on it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hoag. And moving on, did council have any other items that you would like to report out on events or meetings that you attended over the last few weeks? Okay, seeing none, I did get notice from our Public Works Director that we did have a member of our community that didn't get their hand up in time for public comment. Does council have any objections if that individual speaks? Okay, then Clerk McMillan, if you could please promote Matt Higgins to a panelist, and Mr. Higgins, you'll have 3 minutes. And it's good to see you at our meeting.
Thank you. I'm self-taught at Zoom, so we'll see how this goes. Am I on?
You are on.
Okay.
We
Thank you,
can't
Mayor.
see your face, but we can hear you.
That's great. So I'm coming representing the Chamber of Commerce. We have a proposal, an initiative to see a sound system be installed outside on Main Street, specifically in Old Town. It would be outdoor speakers controlled by a central control, probably set somewhere safe, but it would enable the city or events to have like an MC. This would have come in really handy just a few days ago at Duvall Days, where we can make announcements, make pronouncements, lead parades, play music, and have it broadcast all up and down Main Street, rather than just have a large obnoxious sound system right maybe at an intersection that only those people around it can hear. This was a proposal that the Chamber of Commerce is backing, that we have vetted with the businesses on Main Street and building owners in Main Street, and gotten their support and approval. And we're really looking for a mechanism to advocate and aid the city of Duvall in maybe procuring funds for this and getting it installed at some point in the near future.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Higgins. I can let you know that we actually have had some conversations about that internally over the last couple of months. And if you would be willing to have the chamber send a letter to the city, we can turn that into a formal request for discussion, and that would be fantastic.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. Is there anybody in particular that could provide maybe a guide on how you want that presented?
If you would like to call me tomorrow, I'd be happy to give you some guideposts.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, City Council, for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you, Matt. It's good to hear from you again.
You bet.
All right.
Appreciate all you guys do. Thanks. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Moving on to administration, city council member recruitment. Clerk McMillan, have we received any new applications?
A very quick report, Mayor. We have not.
Okay, great. And what's our closing date on that at this point?
July 1st
Okay.
by noon.
All right, so it's up to council and folks to continue to try and pound the pavement to find interested folks. Hopefully we'll get some applications for that over the next few weeks. Moving on to city council budget workshop and retreat. Council, did you want to have more conversation after the committee of the whole, since this was discussed then, or would you like to get back to Amy with some dates? Right, oh, Councilmember Schaefer, did you have something to say?
No, I'm sorry. I just unmuted myself.
Okay.
But no, I don't have anything to say.
Okay, thanks. We'll let the Mayor Pro Tem continue to work on that with you all. Moving on to special presentations. First one is the proclamation of the Juneteenth holiday. And I will go ahead and read that into the record. Whereas our country is made up of people from every nation on earth who are declared equal, not only in freedom, but also in justice. And whereas the Declaration of Independence, conceiving of our separate nation on July 4th, 1776, and setting forth its characteristic spirit stated, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas at 2 p.m. on New Year's Day, January 1st, 1863, as the nation approached its third year of a bloody civil war fought over the issue of slavery, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, providing that all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of both the Civil War and slavery. And whereas Texans began the celebration of Juneteenth the following year with community events and gatherings, and as freed families moved from Texas to other parts of the United States, they carried the Juneteenth celebration with them. And whereas many states and jurisdictions across the country, including the state of Washington, have adopted Juneteenth as an official holiday, and on June 18th, 2021, President Joe Biden Jr. proclaimed June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth Day of Observance. Now, therefore, I, Amy Okerlander, Mayor of the City of Duvall, Washington, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth. I call upon the people of the City of Duvall to acknowledge and celebrate the end of the Civil War and the emancipation of Black Americans, and commit together to eradicate the racism that still undermines our founding ideals and collective prosperity. Juneteenth not only commemorates the past, it calls us to action today. Signed this 7th day of June, 2022. Thank you. And then next up, we have a presentation from Matt Kaharick from King County on a potential interlocal agreement for the King County Cities Climate Collaboration. Welcome, Matt. It's good to have you here.
Hello, everyone. I think you were just introducing me. I joined as a panelist, so there's a little bit of a blip there. But yeah, I have a short presentation and then happy to answer any questions. So I think I'm going to share my screen and confirm that folks can see that.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. So I'm happy to join you all this evening to make a short presentation introducing the King County Cities Climate Collaboration, which we call the K4C. I'll also briefly introduce recent work of the collaboration and priorities for 2022 and beyond, and details about joining. Please feel free to ask questions at any time during the presentation or at the end too. Yeah, my name is Matt Kuharick. I work for King County on climate action. Previously, in a previous life, I was a climate scientist studying long-term climate change, but got really concerned about the issue and have now been working at the county for over a decade on climate action. And in one of those roles, I'm the staff co-chair of this K4C network. So what is the K4C? The K4C was founded back in 2012. It's a voluntary but formal partnership between local governments in King County. And we work together to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, prepare and plan for climate change impacts, and provide for the health of residents, enhance our economy, and protect the natural environment. Example focus areas include planning, green building, climate preparedness, energy, and transportation solutions. And we work together on outreach, solutions, and resources for cities, elected officials, and staff. And the mission of the K4C is to accelerate collective climate action in King County for the health of all people, our economy, and the environment. And this photo is one of the last pre-pandemic photos of the K4C network when elected officials gathered on Mercer Island for one of their twice a year K4C elected official work sessions. So who is the K4C? It's the county, the Port of Seattle, and 18 cities. And collectively, we represent 1.9 million residents, or about 85% of the county's population. We were really excited this year to have Bothell and Maple Valley as the newest members of the K4C joining this year. And as you can see from the map, we have a decent diversity of urban, suburban, rural, large, small, medium-sized communities that are participating. And all cities are obviously encouraged and welcome to join the K4C. So the K4C gives local government resources and connections they need to take action on climate. Together, we think we can do more and have a greater impact. We recognize that cities are in different places with their climate action and have different resources and ability and different sources of emissions and different climate impacts. But we think that we can do more together. And we learn from each other and share best practices, processes, experiences, which makes us more effective in addressing climate. We think that the K4C provides members with expanded staffing capacity at cost savings, allowing local governments to tap into partnership rather than hiring consultants, or in some cases, leveraging staff resources to do more. And the K4C connects members to technical and funding assistance that opens doors to new projects and investments that wouldn't otherwise be possible. And we also do a lot on the policy front to help shape state and regional policy on climate, especially the elected official side of the K4C is really effective and collaborative group. Yeah,
Matt, I think we're stuck on the benefits of K4C.
yeah,
Oh,
I was still
Sorry.
kind of just talking generally to these things.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah.
It sounded
No
like you were
problem.
moving on to another slide.
yeah, kind of, but thank you for checking. Yeah, and just overall, the K4C members find power in the partnership and the opportunity to collaborate on all this work. Let's see. So yeah, I will move on to the next slide. So there's kind of two foundational documents that are part of the K4C. One is the interlocal agreement between the county and cities that join, that is the formal joining of the K4C, which I'll talk a little bit more about. But then we also have this thing that we call the joint climate action commitments. And these are kind of a foundational set of shared principles, interests, and actions for the K4C. And this document, which is basically a letter outlining these shared commitments, guides the work of staff and elected officials. And the K4C, focus is really on issues that relate to climate, obviously, but also those that cut across jurisdictions. So it doesn't have a huge focus on what each government might do with its own operations, for example, but more on those shared issues that make the most sense to work on together across communities. So the joint climate action commitments were first developed in 2014 and then refreshed in 2019. And the updated version, does a lot to reflect public input to go further and faster on climate, integrates new and stronger principles around equity, climate justice, and also reflects updated data about our local sources of greenhouse gas emissions and the pathways and actions needed to reduce our emissions. And so as you consider joining the K4C, this is an important document to also consider. It's not a commitment to do everything in the joint climate action commitments, but it shows kind of the focus of the group, and cities and partners of the K4C can contribute to and advance the policies that make the most sense for their community. So just some more, getting a little bit more tangible from the big picture. Some of the recent work of the K4C includes collaborating in development of recently updated countywide planning policies that set shared greenhouse gas emission reduction targets for King County and all of the cities in the county. So K4C staff and elected officials engaged in a deep way on what these targets could and should be and how we might collectively achieve them. We work together on measuring and reporting progress on climate action. In the last 2 years, developed this climate action toolkit, which is basically examples and guidance of what local climate action strategies cities in King County might want to take. And then, as I mentioned a little bit, the advocacy side, engaging in some really foundational state climate policies that have been adopted in the last 3 years around clean electricity, around the state's carbon pricing program, and sharing local critiques and comments on those, but also making sure local governments and local governments in King County have their voices heard in those in the legislative development and the corresponding rulemaking. One other project that's going on right now that's pretty exciting for local climate action is a first of its kind update of regional greenhouse gas emissions. The project's almost done. And it's looking at, sources and trends of emissions across our communities. And K4C Partners helped fund this project and decided that it made sense to do this analysis for all cities in King County, even if they're not K4C partners. So as part of this project, soon there will be new greenhouse gas emissions inventory for the city of Duvall and new planning tools to support Duvall's interest in climate action. And the K4C will be working on training and supporting folks in using and understanding the data later this summer. In terms of looking ahead to K4C priorities for this year and next year, great to hear about your efforts around bike helmets. I didn't know that was going to be an agenda topic, but here's the photo for it. Supporting safe, efficient, low greenhouse gas emissions transportation is a big priority for the K4C. Supporting local climate action planning, coordinating energy codes and green building codes across jurisdictions continues to be a focus for the K4C. Advancing local climate preparedness priorities. For example, there's a lot of work around wildfire risk mitigation and planning that's being coordinated in part through the K4C. And then kind of looking ahead as well, there's quite a bit of new funding, both competitive and not competitive, for local climate action from the federal government and state. And so K4C partners are collaborating to know about and access those opportunities, and in some cases, putting in shared grant proposals. And then finally, with 2024 comprehensive plan updates happening for our communities, there's a lot of work to share best practices and coordinate about how to integrate climate into local comprehensive plans. I'm almost done the presentation, but a little bit more details about how K4C actually works together. There's monthly steering committee meetings, which are an hour and a half long, ad hoc staff events and kind of working groups around particular topics. There's the elected official outreach committee, which is a cohort of now more than 10 local elected officials who are most excited about and committed to and make time for climate action, who meet weekly during the state legislative session and then about once a month the rest of the year. And then there are these twice a year elected official work sessions that Executive Constantine hosts, and he invites all elected officials in King County to those, and they're around a particular topic. And I know we've had Duvall representation in those periodically over the past too. So I think this is my last slide. How to join the K4C. All cities are welcome. You can approve the K4C interlocal agreement, sign on to the joint climate action commitments, optional but encouraged for that step. The funding contribution is based on population. It's for Duvall, it would be $700 a year. The funds do not go to King County to support King County staff or work. The funds go into a shared pool that then all of the partners decide on collaboratively what to use it on. So that greenhouse gas inventory project is an example of a project that the K4C contributes some of its shared funding to, and the county also contributes to that modest but impactful funding. So yeah, that's my quick intro. Happy to answer any questions or talk. And I can stop sharing my slides maybe if that's recommended.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Kaharick? Wow, a quiet bunch. I would like to add a lot of the work that K4C does is existing in the county's strategic climate action plan and in their comprehensive planning process. So a lot of the policy goals already exist. And this group has been really successful at accelerating some of that work within the cities, as well as building partnerships. One of our almost Valley mayors, Mary Lou Pauley from the city of Issaquah, is very, very engaged in K4C and is currently the chair, correct?
Yeah, of that, yeah, of the elected outreach committee. Yeah.
And where you see her impact from that participation in K4C, a prime example is last night they approved a new waste contract with a solid waste hauler and things related to climate change, and were specifically called out in that agreement. And I know that the work of K4C and that education and that staff support helped get them there. So you brought this forward. This has been a long time coming. Matt's been reaching out to the city for I don't know how many years now. It's been a bandwidth issue, but we wanted to bring it forth to the group because it feels like we've got a lot of folks very interested in climate at this point in time, and wanted to provide an opportunity to council to learn what the county is doing, as well as provide an opportunity to either sign on to the letter or join the interlocal agreement, and for council members that want to get involved with the organization. So if there aren't any questions, is there more information you guys need to facilitate a conversation at a later date?
I was just a comment, Mayor. I think one of the things that strikes me in looking through the material, I appreciate the presentation all up, is there are so many of these that we're doing in isolation today. I know there's always a lot of best practice sharing that council does, and the mayor, you're very involved in terms of the regional and at a state level. I think where I see some opportunity is both scale, which I think was referenced in terms of taking funds and consolidating them, but also identifying opportunities. Because as good as I think staff is in terms of identifying grants, this actually it's that addresses the one thing we often talk about is I think you just alluded to, is the resource constraints we have. So in terms of being able to leverage the learning of others, leverage the resources, even the case of the study in terms of having those additional data points around carbon and outputs, it actually helps me as a council member when our discussions come up in terms of figuring out how to both prioritize those needs and sort of focus on individual projects. So very interested and appreciate you bringing the information. I want to carve out some time and dig a little deeper into what's available on the website in terms of additional information. And then I know, Mayor, that you've already been involved and probably have more that we could share in terms of council of the whole or other discussions. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, first of all, thanks, Matt, for that presentation. That was very informative. One of the things I'd like to see, and you had some of this on your presentation, but basically a focus on the accomplishments the collaboration. I'd like to understand what it's actually accomplished in the last 5-10 years, and what role specifically the collaboration played in those accomplishments. I think that would be valuable to all of us. There's many climate change initiatives in the works right now, and one has to some extent pick and choose what ones you want to be involved with and what ones you want to actively support. And that may be on your website. I confess I haven't really gone to your website, so if it's there, you could just simply point me to it, and that would be great.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, and we do an annual report to the King County Council, and so that could be a good thing to share. I think for the K4C, the real slant or angle of the K4C is it's a local network of your neighboring cities who are also working on this, and so that there's just so much power in saying, okay, hey, we're in Issaquah, we're developing this green building code update, and sharing that with the neighboring cities, and there's different, obviously major differences between cities, but there's a lot of shared interest and shared policy framework. And so that, I think that's what's different with the K4C than some of the other networks that the county is also part of some of those other broader networks, but the K4C is just a great forum for the local relationships and the local action piece of it.
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you. And by the way, I especially liked the, I forget what you called it, but essentially the greenhouse gas emission report, which I think is going to let different cities, including Duvall, know really where, where a lot of the greenhouse pollution is actually coming from, and hopefully some ideas on what we can do about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. Councilmember Hoag, Isaacson, or McHenry, did you have any questions or anything you'd like to share?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Isaacson.
My mute is doubling and my video is slowing me down. So sorry, I turned my video off because it was chopping everything. And I'm still, this presentation is this for us just to be aware of this, or are we trying to decide whether or not Duvall is going to join this? What's the agenda of this presentation?
Tonight is awareness, asking questions. We have Matt here, so it's a good opportunity to learn more about the program. No decision has to be made tonight, but part of it is to gauge interest on if council does want to sign on to the letter or move a step further with the interlocal agreement. And there's no time limit. The group has been around for a long time, but timing was right to bring the presentation forward to the group.
Okay, thanks. I would just like to know more about it before we made a movement on, to be honest with you. I mean, a lot of these things sound great and I support them. I'd just like to understand some of more of the history, the background. Do they lobby on behalf, and do we then represent lobbying for things that we don't get involved with or we don't have awareness of lobbying for? Unintended consequences of some of these things will impact a lot of people in our small community. That I think I'd be curious to know how much research is done by K4C to understand great efforts like this that we all support sometimes have unintended consequences. Are they studied and understood before they support certain items? So I would like to have more insight to it before I would recommend approving.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Hoag or McHenry?
I don't have anything to ask, but I do feel like I will be doing some more research. I'm sure there's probably a lot more information for us to read up on their website. So I'm interested in it. I'd like to read more. So.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember McHenry.
Thanks. Yeah, same here. I think I don't have any questions. I just need a little more time to look through it, but I'd love to see it come back and have a proper discussion about it.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Matt, for coming and presenting. Really appreciate you taking time out of your Tuesday night to come and talk to us. And I'm sure you'll be hearing more from us in the near future.
You can see my daughter there. She enjoyed the opportunity for me to have an evening meeting there. She's
adorable.
So I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to following up. So have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, moving on to Third Avenue Design Alternative Selection presentation. I'll lead it off to Director Laniszewski to kick it off here.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council, citizens, welcome guests and staff. Steve Laniszewski, Public Works. With us today, we have our KPG team, minus our new project manager. He is out sick. So Olivia, Fung, and Corrine are in attendance on our behalf. So the intent of the slideshow is to, share where we've gone, express again what the options are, summarize the public outreach and responses, and kind of go through the motions of where we think we are with this, the status of our project. So with a little bit of rejiggering for who's speaking when, I think Olivia is going to lead us off in replacement of Ben and start the show.
Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay, great.
And sorry guys, we do have a discussion topic on this. So this is the presentation point. We'll get through it. And then we did move the discussion item to right after. So I would imagine we'll kind of roll right into that, Mayor. So we'll have to just make note of that when we transition.
Great.
Thanks.
Next slide, please, Fawn. So quick background on the Third Avenue Northeast Reconstruction Project. The project will upgrade Third Avenue between 143rd Place and Stevens Street with a complete cross-section and full pedestrian facilities. Third Avenue is currently a 2-lane collector arterial roadway with inconsistent and incomplete pedestrian and bicycle routes. It's identified in the city's TIP plan as Project R-13. City Council approved design consultant agreement with us, KPG SOMIS, in August of last year to conduct initial reports, engage the public, and provide City Council and staff with design alternatives and to select one preferred alternative to recommend for approval towards final design. Next slide, please. So sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Olivia Paraskev from KPG SOMIS. I'm the project manager for Third Avenue project. So prior to us starting the design, Public Works and KPG SOMIS created overall project goals. The purpose of this project is to maintain the existing neighborhood aesthetic while accommodating the current and future traffic flows and provide safer options for pedestrians and bicycles throughout the corridor. To achieve this, we plan to construct a full roadway, including travel lanes, bike lanes, pedestrian facilities, intersection improvements, and street lighting. We also wanted to implement some traffic calming measures to maintain that 35 miles per hour speed limit. And we looked at features such as mini roundabouts, chicanes, narrow lanes, and curb bulbs. And finally, to incorporate some placemaking elements such as decorative pavement, roundabout pavement treatments, and decorative railings and retaining walls. Next slide, please. So as part of the current design contract, we determined that the following design elements should be examined as part of the design. Integrated design considerations for planters, sidewalk, and widening the road to include new bike and ped facilities. We did some analysis of the intersections and to figure out what improvements we can provide for those, especially with safety features. We will provide preliminary storm water, including new conveyance system, water quality improvements in detention facilities, We will provide preliminary culvert replacement recommendations for the Cole Clemens Creek crossing just north of Kennedy Street, identifying critical property restorations. And we've already completed a preliminary geotechnical and environmental documentation process. And we also used an arborist to evaluate the mature trees within the project limits. Next slide, please. So here is an aerial graphic showing the project limits of 3rd Avenue. North is pointing to the right. We identified 2 distinct segments based on existing topography. So what we're calling the southern segment extends from 143rd Place to Kennedy Drive. It has relatively flat or gentle slopes. Then the northern segment from Kennedy to Stevens is quite different because it has that steep downhill slope to the west and steep uphill slope on the east side. So our general approach was to develop at least 2 roadway layout options with typical roadway sections for each segment. You'll also notice 2 circles on the left side of the aerial there. Those indicate the recommended locations for mini roundabouts at 143rd Place and 145th Street. Another big component of the project is to replace the culvert at Cole Clemens Creek to be fish passable, which it currently is not. Next slide, please. So design goals. Some goals we wanted to achieve with the design include creating a context-sensitive design, which provides safe and continuous facilities for non-motorized travel. We wanted to maintain existing traffic calming elements, such as the chicanes or gentle road bends along the corridor that exist today. We also want to minimize impacts to significant and healthy trees to keep that natural beauty of the corridor and to integrate some placemaking at some key locations. Next slide, please. So the first option we looked at, we're calling the on-street bike lane option. On the southern segment from 143rd to Kennedy, where we have those gentle slopes, we were easily able to fit the desired cross-section for a major collector, which is the 2 through lanes, 5-foot bike lanes, curb and gutter, 5-foot planter, and 6-foot sidewalks on both sides. On the northern segment, but there's space constrictions with the existing steep slopes and close proximity of the houses on the west side to the right-of-way line. We eliminated the planter and sidewalk on the west side. The southbound lane will be marked and signed as a shared use road with shallow pavement markings. The roadway widening will occur towards the east side of the street where we have more right-of-way available. And so we're able to provide the 5-foot bike lane, planter, and sidewalk on that side. We will need to reconstruct some of the existing rockery to accommodate this widening. However, there is some flexibility with the planter width that we're showing, which can be minimized or even eliminated at certain areas where either we want to make some rockery or make better connections to driveways on the east side. And the pie chart on the upper right is one of the metrics we were able to get from the online survey, which Fung and Corinne will talk about a little bit more later on. That showed that of all the respondents from the online survey, only 27% preferred this option. Next slide. So the next option we looked at, the southern segment is exactly the same, but we varied the northern segment cross-section. On the right graphic, you'll see that we removed the northbound bike lane and replaced that facility to the sidewalk and converted that to a 10-foot wide shared use path, which is meant to be used by both bicyclists and pedestrians. According to the online survey, option 2 received overwhelming support, with 73% of the respondents choosing this as their preferred option. People who attended the live virtual open houses also voiced overwhelming support for option 2. Next slide, please. I think this is Corinne's slide.
Hi, I'm Corinne Schmidt, landscape architect with KPG Somas. So as part of this project, one of the some of the feedback that we got from survey respondents was they really valued traffic calming and making sure the corridor stays safe for kids and families. And I think that's why a lot of people preferred that shared use path option. So just kind of corridor wide, some of the traffic calming elements that we're looking at include the mini roundabouts in the southern segment to slow people going through those intersections. That was selected by about 70% of survey respondents. There are some curb bulb outs where there's existing on-street parking, which visually narrows the roadway and also narrows crossing distance for pedestrians, and 52% of respondents favored that as an option. As most of you probably know, the existing roadway is quite curvy, and preserving those chicanes is also a key way of maintaining a kind of a traffic calmed character of the corridor. And then keeping those lanes narrow as well, again, visually narrowing that pavement width so people don't feel they can fly down the corridor at freeway speeds. Next slide, please. And then another layer on top of all of this, we got a lot of feedback. People wanted to make sure that the roadway still felt like it was part of the community of Duvall and of their neighborhood. And that's the goal of these placemaking elements, is to try to ground the roadway design in the neighborhood aesthetic. Some of the elements that we are looking at include pedestrian railings at locations where, for example, the Clemens Creek crossing, where there is a drop off, things like that. So integrating a decorative or painted railing, that was favored by about 56% of respondents. Lighting was a big issue that came up in the public feedback, especially at crossing locations near the park and where kids wait for the bus. So that's another way we can integrate kind of a placemaking element with decorative poles or fixtures, things like that. About half of survey respondents like the idea of doing an overlook to kind of connect the roadway to the Clemens Creek, provide a little place for respite and for just kind of observing the creek and the park. We also have opportunity to do decorative pavement at key locations, say again, crossing locations by the park, at the overlook where kids wait for the bus, where there might be a little more generous pavement space and the opportunity to do something decorative. And then the last element we looked at was decorative pavement in the roundabout. And that didn't receive a lot of selections on the survey, but we think that maybe because the imagery that we chose was not meant to be reflective of what we felt of the character aesthetic of Duvall, but more just an example of a decorative pavement mountable roundabout. But so in all these cases, these are just general example images and not necessarily reflective of the design aesthetic. But, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll take over on the public engagement summary here. I'm Feng Wing, and I am also a landscape architect, urban designer, and I'm also the public engagement lead for this project as well. First off, in discussing how we were going to approach the public and really create that engagement, as if we were in person. This was kind of planned early in February. How would we go about this process? Would it be in person? Would it be online? It came down to the point of, there's a spike in the pandemic and we're like, okay, we're going online. And so we found a lot of success in that. We started initiating a campaign to just advertise for the virtual open house. That was happening in mid-March, and that really started right away in mid-February. First, we had Steve volunteered to go around and put door hangers everywhere along the property owners that fronted 3rd Ave, and so that was also another interface, the opportunity to talk in person, if that was the case. But then I think a lot of it happened through email, so there was a lot of discussion beforehand, even when we rolled out the 2 options for the virtual open house. So we really try to reach out for feedback initially before the open house to property owners to get a sense of what they desired for their frontage and how we could really kind of fine tune the 2 options as we looked at the scrolls and the different alternative layouts. So that started, and really it was a combination of, that in person, trying to reach out, and then also email notifications through the city's website, as well as the city's Facebook. Had a lot of traffic as far as discussions around the open house, even afterwards. We had basically a two-part session for the open house, one at noon and one in the evening, to capture as many people as possible, either during their lunch break or when they get off work. So try to keep it really inclusive in that aspect for different people's schedules. And we had basically, I think, a total of 40 participants in total for both open houses, not including 8 to 10 consultants and city staff members in the meetings as well. And it was a really active, highly highly interactive exchange of just information, discussion, educating at the same time, and just knowledge sharing of the project, what's the nuances of different people's properties and how they dealt with that, and just their struggles, everyday struggles, going to school or waiting for the bus, or, going through and driving, or, getting kind of glares from different cars coming in different directions. So that discussion led on until right after the virtual open house, we launched an online survey, which really showcased the two options that Olivia went through, and showed, and also the placemaking and traffic control elements. And that kind of pinned to, I don't know, a lot of discussions that happened thereafter on Facebook. So we gathered all that, kind of combined that, and went and kind of pulled all the reoccurring comments that came through the different correspondence, the feedback, the Facebook exchanges, and found that an overwhelming amount of people really wanted a need for traffic calming. That was really one of the highlights, and just that full support of the two roundabouts at 143rd and 145th. As Livia mentioned, there's an overwhelming response of, positive response for the shared path option. People actually wanted more of that. There's a, just kind of pinging off of that climate control discussion, being greener, everyone's biking and using that facility. So it's kind of maintaining that character along that corridor, keeping it kind of a slower speed. And so just the alternative mode of transportation was kind of a part of that conversation as well. Everyone really liked that there's an insulating buffer for the shared use path as well. And so that also maintains the safety and the character of the corridor. And as part of safety as well as the lighting levels, to have uniform lighting, especially lighting at particular nodes where there's a high congregated area for people or school kids waiting for the bus. And Park Street intersection was actually one of the intersections that was discussed as something that everyone felt the need for lighting. And so our recommendation is, already kind of sticking to the project goal is to also maintain the continuous ADA accessibility throughout the corridor, and then improving benefits for vehicles, families, either biking, rolling, strolling, walking their pets, and then providing accommodations for people that are using the corridor and walking their pets, such as, dog bag dispensers, waste and trash receptacles, and then developing a shared use path facility, of which option 2, in taking it further to go down south at Coke Creek and beyond on the south segment. And then as well as providing a safe and well-lit area for children waiting, as well as integrating potential artistic placements of elements. A lot of the people spoke of, there's a lot of found reuse things from Main Street as well. Some of the wood pole banner poles, kind of integrating that somehow in the community, still showcasing some of the artistic placemaking elements, but also kind of making it, refurbishing it a bit to kind of fit into this project as well. And then misaligning, fixing the misaligned 145th and 3rd Ave intersection for better visibility. And so I think Olivia's going to go into the third option and a review of that.
Yeah, so given that the shared use path option was very well received by a good majority of the community, we just posed the question back to Public Works. Should we consider to continue the shared use path all the way down to 143rd and not just stop it on Kennedy Street because we had that space constriction? So we thought it was an idea worth pursuing because the feedback we heard from the community was that the shared use path provides more of a family-friendly neighborhood feel, and it still provides that continuous facility for non-motorized travel that we wanted. So next slide, please. So the option 3 that we came up with after all the public engagement effort was to change the southern segment and see what it would look like to remove the northbound bike lane altogether and just replace it with a 10-foot shared use path on the east side. So, and then that would continue on the northern segment from Kennedy to Stevens Street. And then I'll hand this back off to Steve.
Thank you all. So there are a couple other questions that kind of came up about these options, you know, costs being a consideration, the shared use path, extending it to the south. I think we figured for the elements of a bike lane and a sidewalk versus a shared combination path, the shared wider section would be about 4% more, with some of those costs maybe not being quantifiable until bid, where you know, incidentals like traffic control might be something you might save a little money on, because if you're working behind the curb line and outside the travelway, you're able to do a little less traffic control. So still a little undetermined on what the option 3 might cost us, but we certainly think a 4% would be the higher end of that. Not for the whole project 4%, but 4% relative to the sidewalk and or bike lane elements added together. And then I think the other discussion I have had earlier regarding the northern section is just the, you know, the general constrictedness of the 22-foot travelway, since there's no shoulder like now, which no shoulder means, you know, no fixed vertical curb, no shy distance, which is a space between the travel lane and then the face of the curb. But I want to make sure everybody understands we're in very preliminary design. We're looking for the major design elements to get support out of council, so then we move forward through the design programming. So there are options. I think you all are very aware of the section, the northern section between Kennedy and Stevens. It's topographically constrained because you have roads receiving it from the east, heading to the west. Every bit of vertical you add to either side, you know, steepens the downhill or steepens the uphill. We will employ, once we get into design, probably super elevating the roadway, which means holding the downhill edge at our start elevation and then projecting all the way across to the east without a normal crown road. So a full section, so you gain some vertical to limit impacts on the east side. We have the landscape island between the travelway and the shared use path projected. That can absorb some vertical deflection as well. We have the ability to take the 10 and maybe neck it down to 8 or 9 when we have those tight spaces with those adjoining driveways, because the neighbors obviously express concern about the steepness of their existing driveways. So we certainly want to do our best to do the least amount of impact and try to improve what we can on access. So I think what that means to me is, yes, we have a priority for the pedestrian paths and the combination pathway in the northern section. We also have a priority to the roads. So we're probably going to have to relay that out with adding a foot here and there, maybe deducting a foot here and there, whether we, you know, add a foot of pavement, reduce a foot of landscape strip, or, you know, migrate and try to keep the 10-foot pathway or 8 foot or something to try to, again, balance it all. It's a very tight section, and these are typically things you obviously experience as you go into the design process. And I think, Feng, is that the last slide?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can stop sharing if.
Yeah. So with that said, that's the presentation. We do have a discussion item under a separate agenda, so hopefully you folks can hold your comments for a bit. If there's anything you want to make sure we have note of before we get into that, let me know. I don't want you to forget, but other than that, that is the presentation of our options, and we look forward to chatting about it with you at the next agenda item.
Thank you, Director Laniszewski, and thank you, KPG. Our next item is a public hearing for Agenda Bill 22-24, an ordinance updating the NPDES code And with that, I will open the public hearing. The process for this is that we will receive a presentation from staff. Public comment will be open. Once public comment is complete, we will close the public hearing and move on to new business. So with that, welcome to our engineer, Ms. Grendel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Can you see the presentation? Okay. So I am here to do the public hearing for our Western Washington Phase 2 MPDS permit code update. This is for stormwater. Every year we have to do things in compliance with our permit. It's a 5-year permit, and this year it's code updates. So one of the bigger ones was actually creating a new section in DMC 2.24 for code enforcement. And this is a new section that's specific for the Storm Utility Code 9.06. So I'll get into it in a little bit more detail in a couple minutes. Also updating the Storm Utility DMC 9.06. So that's requirements for new development and redevelopment. We also have to update the appendix or adopt the appendix 10 of the permit. We also have to update our design manual and pollution prevention manual, add source control best management practices and requirements. And this public hearing is to solicit engagement and feedback from the community. So a little bit more information, the actual permit requirement for the section cited is implement an ordinance or other enforceable mechanism that addresses runoff from new development, redevelopment, and construction site projects. So we have to have these code updates done by June 30th. The biggest one is to adopt Appendix 10. While there are other sections in there that specifically talk about the development and redevelopment of construction sites. We recommend adding a new section to DMC 2.24, which is the code enforcement that I mentioned earlier, that's specific to enforcing the storm utility. So currently, our program includes permitting, plan review, construction site inspections, and enforcement. The updated part of DMC 9.06 for new development and redevelopment, and the adoption of Appendix 10 by reference is what is required. Getting in a little bit more detail about the code enforcement section, there's a good example is if there is a violation, silt fence is intentionally cut to allow water to escape from the construction site because there were heavy rains and they weren't well prepared. Currently, our code issues are not storm specific. They are outdated, hard to implement. There's no penalty for repeat offenders, and the fine amount is set at $500 per day per incident. And sometimes when you weigh that with developers and their desire to get done, if there's no escalating or penalty for repeat offenders, then sometimes it's not as important to fix the problem. So some of the new code is storm specific. It also, there's an enforcement matrix that's really pretty detailed. I used other jurisdictions to model it after that have been very successful in implementing. There is a repeat violation penalty, so it escalates if you're somebody that continues to do the same thing over and over again. And it is a clear escalating code enforcement, which is the requirement of the permit. So next, the permit language is the city is required to implement maintenance standards that are protective or more protective of facility functions than those specified in the Stormwater Management Manual for Western Washington, or a Phase 1 program approved by Ecology. This is one that we've complied with. I think since the permit cycle started. Again, it's due by June 30th, and we currently have adopted the 2016 King County Surface Water Design Manual, but it has been updated. It was updated last year. So by reference, we have to update the 2021 manual. And also, I would also like to recommend updating the King County Stormwater Pollution Prevention Manual. So for operations and maintenance, that's what the manual cover looks like. We've been doing it. The King County Surface Water Design Manual, we would like to keep adopting by reference this manual for design of stormwater management facilities and BMPs. And the last section is the permittee shall implement a program to prevent and reduce pollutants and runoff from areas that discharge to the MS4. This one, it's a day later, but want to do it at the same time. And it's enforceable language requiring the application of source control best management practices. And by adopting the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Manual that King County had just updated last year, we'll be able to comply with that permit requirement. So again, staff recommends adopting by reference the King County Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan. It's a good tool for not only city staff, but also consultants, developers, and citizens to use. And with that, are there any questions?
We can't do questions at public hearing. Steve, or you were saying something, Steve?
Yeah, we would have a discussion item under another agenda.
Yeah. But thank you for putting it in. It's always confusing based on presentations or public hearings. So with that, is there anyone in the audience that would like to provide public comment on this evening? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Clerk, did you receive any written comment?
No, I did not.
All right. With that, the public hearing is now closed. Thank you, Ms. Grindell, for waiting it out till after 8 p.m. Hope you enjoy your evening, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. We do not have any unfinished business this evening, so we'll move on to Agenda Bill 22-59, Third Avenue Design Alternative Selection for decision and discussion. Director Laniszewski.
All right, well, thank you all. I know our team from KPG SOMAS is still around. I think maybe we open it up with questions, thoughts. I want to say too, just a couple of benefits. We haven't talked about necessarily merits of surface types. Obviously, community enjoyed the options. There are plenty of things to consider because, you know, roadway widths, sidewalk widths, costs. But I do want to make sure we at least our engineering bias shares information too on, you know, the segregation of the pedestrian, bike, and roads is important, and providing that separated space is good. The wider sections for the combined sidewalk bike path do include calculations that are important when we get to stormwater. So we have less pollution generating surfaces, so that will impact our storm drain design in that system. You know, we had the coalition on earlier. Heat generation is important. Black asphalt warms up, gets hotter than concrete. So there are just small things to consider, because I think we're going into an era where all of that is important and should be weighed. And that was kind of my last bit on the differences in the two construction types. So, Mayor, I see we have some hands.
Yes, thank you. First up was Councilmember Isaacson, and then Councilmember Mercer.
And let me know if you want me to pull some road sections back up too, if anybody needs something.
No, I'm good. I'm very familiar actually with this road. It goes right at the top of my neighborhood, so it's kind of great to see this getting done. I appreciate the effort put into it. Just enjoy. I kind of like the idea of the same design all the way down. I know it's potentially going to cost us more money, but kind of the idea of the same theme all the way down, I think would be kind of nice. But I had two questions. I'll ask one and then as per procedure, I'll bring back the other one at the end. With this project, are you eliminating any parking up down 3rd Avenue and or adding something?
I would say that's a good question. Currently, there's just soft shoulder. I don't think we have official parking in the corridor. I could be proven wrong at any moment. And then
there is a top
There are-
neighborhood, so.
There are some, I believe, I'm not sure if they're marked, but they can be used for parking just north of 143rd on the west side, where those existing curb bulb outs are located. I've been there a few times and I don't see cars parked there, but there is an opportunity for parking there. But otherwise, it's like you said, it's just informal shoulders.
Yeah, so I think
That's at the top of my neighborhood.
on the southern section.
There's definitely parking used there.
Yeah, the curb bulbs that stay.
The western.
Yep. Sorry, John.
Okay, they stay. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm breaking up.
Correct.
Those stalls are staying, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Mercer?
Yeah, I just sort of a comment and then a question. I mean, I think as with much of the community, I favored option 2. I do like the idea of option 3 because one of my questions I jotted down during the initial presentation prior to surfacing the discussion of option 3 was how you're going to transition between the two roadways. And that obviously eliminates, you still have a standalone bike lane, I guess northbound, and yet still have that shared path option, which is nice, not having to, cut over to a different sidewalk or a different view. You also addressed my question around pet waste. It's sort of part of the design. We had that in a prior council meeting that had come up, that discussion. But, I was looking at, examples. I used to do a lot of biking and rollerblading in Redmond on their paved path. And one of the things I've actually missed in Duvall with the river trail is not having that hard surface to do certain types of activities. So I like the option of the wider path. There are, from a safety and family and young kids, a lot of things that I didn't see in the design and potentially purely tactical because you haven't gotten to that point, but essentially the equivalent of traffic calming for that shared lane. So that's some bifurcation between the north and southbound, even if it's light in terms of surface marking, including symbolism for both pedestrian and bicyclist to indicate that it's a shared use roadway. There's a lot that can be done with interesting signage that's not utilitarian, that ties into the community. Places to sort of pause and walk, if you're a walker. And I know there's already some bench designed around the overlook, but having just small bulb outs with a bench that you could stop if you're walking your dog or just, need to catch your breath. And then, other things like texturing part of the surface as you approach an intersection, just to indicate some feedback. So I just wanted to, if those are ultimately will be part of the broader design, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of the design, or if those are, if it's more of a generic shared use, if that had been discussed.
Yeah, those are all good, really good comments, and that will definitely be the next level of design that we'll bring to the corridor. So looking at, like you said, when you're approaching intersections, doing like changes of pavement to give people a heads up and how people can safely mix on the trail and things like that. So that's definitely, that will definitely be part of the consideration moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, and some of the topics you mentioned, Councilmember Mercer, we spoke as a team on. We kind of looked at some other projects we have completed. I know when we did our 275th sidewalks project, the wider space adjacent to the intersections, right? Not quite a gathering space, but boy, it sure feels nice when you're on 275th and 150th when you're on the southeast corner instead of the northeast corner. So those things we've looked at. I expect we can include that, mentioning benches, and we're looking at about a 55-foot width of right of improvements, which we have about 60 feet. So I think we have the bump out potential. I don't think, we haven't really spoken in detail on the shared use path on that east side. Like, do you stripe it like you have seen on some other regional trails? There are options for that kind of thing. You differentiate it, but we still do have a bike lane on the asphalt from Kennedy to 143rd southbound. That's traditional bike lane on the asphalt. But it's the combo, like you were mentioning, on that east side. So
yeah, and there's lots of subtle ways to do it. Obviously, it's just to encourage etiquette amongst bikers and other folks. So when we get to that stage, I have a whole bunch of things that I can just send to you an email, but just in terms of ideas. But appreciate it. Thank you.
It gets serious out there. I know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Mercer. Councilmember Hoag.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is about the mini roundabouts. One experience I've had with mini roundabouts is in Bothell, and it's on the intersection of 190th and 101st. And it's so, I don't know if it's that, like, I look at your picture that you've shared here, and it looks, if I was to drive up on that, I would think it's a roundabout. But the one in Bothell, it doesn't feel like a roundabout. So I'm always afraid to drive through it because someone going down the 101st is just gonna, not know they have to yield to me, right? So it's a little, and it feels like this one's a little bigger than the one in Bothell. I'd be curious, maybe Steve can help me compare the size of this roundabout to the one in Bothell. But is there going to be signage? Oh, I'm sorry, but is there going to be signage? That helps people understand that it's, I like the painting in the street in the middle area. But I guess my question is it going to be visible?
So I don't know if Olivia wants to.
Yeah, we'll
crack at
put
that.
a regulatory signage, all your standard, turn this way, and the chevron signs, and like this is a working roundabout or roundabout ahead, just to cue people in advance. But I think, as Kareen mentioned earlier, that 18% of the folks that did select that image, that placemaking image of it, it really doesn't really highlight exactly what that roundabout looks like. It almost looks like flush to the ground. So if you're thinking that you can drive over it, you cannot. It's really the traffic calming photo that we showed in the previous slide before the placemaking one, with the actual mountable curb on the outside. That's the one that you're probably kind of seeing in at Bothell, and that's what we'll be recommending for this project, is the more mountable curb roundabout that really kind of makes that distinction of something that's at grade versus something that's a little bit tougher to kind of mount on.
And Councilmember Hoag, I pulled it up real quick just to confirm. Are you thinking that's the 190th and 101st you're thinking of?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would certainly, that is very small relative to the intersection treatments we'll be providing. So I would call that more of a traffic circle for sure, more of the Seattle style, real compact, real small. It did have a mountable edge, but that's a four-way yield style. That's a lot different than the traffic control roundabout that we'll be providing.
I think it'll be very helpful for our streets where there's two stop signs, right? And it's kind of scary when, people don't know they have to, I don't know, that they don't know the other people aren't stopping. So I think this will be better.
And those are set back too, right? Each of those intersections you're referencing, 143rd and 145th.
Yeah.
The sight distance at each is not the same. Like you're offset one way or the other. So again, correcting the corridor for those intersections is imperative for that flow. So yeah.
Here's a photo of some of the roundabout at 143rd, in case you're wondering the scale of that. You can kind of look at the people and see it's probably 4 times bigger than the one that Steve just showed earlier.
Yeah. I think we did measure it, Bung, and I think it was a little smaller than the one down on 3rd and Big Rock. Not a whole lot smaller. I can't remember if we measured that when talking to Grant one day, one of the other engineers, but yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thanks. First of all, I very much like the public input that we've gotten on this project. I think that is going to go a long ways on making this a success and something that for the most part pleases everyone, including the residents right along 3rd Street. I did have a question about Cole Clemens Creek. Do we know if that's a fish passage at that point?
Yes, we did complete a preliminary hydraulic analysis for that. Currently, it's just a 36-inch CMP pipe, and it's undersized, and it's actually on Fish and Wildlife's list to be upgraded. And so the plan is to replace that with a box culvert at this point to make it fish passable.
Great. Okay, that's good news. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I wasn't sure there was actually any kind of a fish population at 3rd Street. I knew there was in Cole Clemens down closer to the Snoqualmie, but that's terrific news. Thank you.
And that was in the
the only. Well, Steve, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, Councilmember Schaefer. That was in the packet at the last meeting. It was one of the grant applications we did propose and submit on. KPG helped out with Ben to put a package together for the culvert specific section of the project. Great. Regardless of whether we do or even don't do this, the full build right now, specifically for the culvert replacement. So yeah, it's on the list. As you saw, all of our heads kind of bounce at the same time.
Yeah, good. Well, like I say, I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem McHenry.
Yeah, all the options looked really nice, but I really love all the public feedback that pointed more to that shared use path and makes me feel more confident. I like the idea. I think it was Councilmember Isaacson had mentioned that, or maybe it was Mercer, that consistency throughout the whole passage. I feel like that alone and some of those placemaking effects that you've described almost make this feel like it's going to turn into a destination for foot traffic. People will want to walk down there just to walk along this beautiful path. So that being said, I was curious, and I think Director Laniszewski, you've mentioned this before with other surveys, sometimes when people see options presented in a survey, they think that's what's going to happen. So since we're now kind of looking at an option 3, but still based heavily on that public feedback, is there any sort of follow-up communication, can I assume, that would happen to say, hey, we took what you said and now here's what we're going to do, rather than the option 1, option 2 that they originally saw?
Yeah, I would look to Fung to point to how can we circle back with the constituents. Obviously, we can post stuff to our website and whatnot, but I think we might have a direct approach if people filled the survey out with some contact info.
For sure. So we developed a public engagement summary, a package summarizing basically the whole process from beginning to where we're at this point. Now it's really adding the 3rd chapter of that 3rd option in, and I think the community is going to be really happy about what we came up with, because throughout the survey there was about 150 people that that really provided valuable input, and so just being transparent with that information is really important. So we'll make sure to have that PDF, that scroll layout, including the package for the summary for everyone's consumption, and hopefully it's like a no-brainer. The reason why we had option 1 to begin with, because that's the standard, and so that was something that everyone kept asking, like, why did you just go option 2 all the way? It's because we had to consider the standard. So
that's really great. Thank you. And then my last question, and I might have missed this too when I was in transit, but is this too preliminary or has it been discussed or analyzing where access points are? So since we're just going to potentially have a path on one side of the street, where are those heavy foot traffic areas that definitely need crosswalks, or are they already going to happen at certain intervals anyways, or is that just something that happens a little further down the road?
I guess I can take that. Certainly, our major intersections will be, crosswalked. We are and have spoken with the neighborhood, certainly on the Kennedy side to the north. We're going to have to probably do what's called like a mid-block crosswalk because of the distance from Kennedy to Park and that section that won't have sidewalk there because of the constrained creek crossing. So yeah, a lot of that is final design, but understanding what the needs are. And we have spoken to the school district already. Ben and Gavin have been introduced to Sabrina, the district transportation manager. So she's on board. We've talked about bus stops and whatnot, but yeah, those are final design elements.
All right, thanks.
Mhm.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Isaacson had his hand up, and then Councilmember Naplin.
Yeah, so my second question I had was, do we have all of the right of way for this effort, or are we having to purchase any residential property, or is it all our property, city property?
That is a great question.
A great majority of it is within right of way. There is, I believe, one segment on 145th on the south. Which corner is that? You're right there.
Yeah, right here.
And the trouble with that is the existing right of way on the east side of 145th is narrower. I think it's 37 or 38 feet for some reason, whereas the rest of the corridor is 60, I believe.
60
So
or greater, yeah.
yeah. So it's really just that one corner that I see where we might require right of way take. But otherwise, we tried to fit everything inside existing right of way.
Yeah, in the screenshot I have pulled up, Olivia, this is a section where we had the 5-foot bike lane and then the planter strip and the sidewalk. So, Councilmember Isaacson, the curb line would be more where the black line is. And we've talked about doing, as many things as we can to minimize the impact of that corner parcel as we then merge it into the street right away to the east on 145th. Again, more finite details as we move forward, but yeah, that's the only corner. Everything else, believe it or not, fits. And just so folks know too, we have no interest in, if things fit today and will work tomorrow, great. The curb line on 145th and 3rd by Tuscany Hills, that stays, right? If the curb line fits, the sidewalk fits, we'll do our best to keep everything we can, because that southern section does have current development applied to the current standards. I think, like you were mentioning right here, Councilmember Isaacson, and then we come into the intersection with 143rd. So the long answer to your question is yes, very little on the corner.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Naplin.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't realize my location is Grand Central Station at my house, so I apologize if you hear things. I thought I was alone. Apparently not. So on the presentation, it showed the feedback for kind of traffic calming, safety features. One of the options was narrow road widths, and it received 16%. It was by far not something that the community seemed to favor. And I completely understand the safety factor of narrowing roads. It slows people down. There's other benefits. But when I'm looking at it, 11 feet lanes, when you have no shoulder whatsoever and you're constrained by a hard curb on each side, it's very narrow. And so when I looked at it, I thought, wow, that seems really narrow. So I started going around town with my tape measure to find out what a 22-foot width felt like. So I have a whole sheet of like different places I tried, and I actually ran into someone who had participated in some of these meetings. And so she was, we started talking and I was showing her, here's what 10 feet is and what 22 feet was. And she was like, wow, that is really narrow. That kind of makes me rethink, it's hard to envision these things when, you're just looking out on the screen. So anyway, I ended up speaking with Director Laniszewski today and kind of trying to understand, is it really 22 feet from curb to curb? Is there any extra buffer? And it sounds like it really was intended maybe to be curb to curb, 22 feet, which if you go find other places that are like that, it feels so uncomfortably tight. Anyway, so that was my feedback, and it sounds like there's still some flexibility to maybe even add a foot. Just to give yourself perspective, where the new sidewalk was added at 275th, that is 30 feet wide right there. So you would be cutting 8 feet, narrowing. And of course, you don't need a bike lane because there would be the separate, but even without a bike lane, normally vehicles have a little bit of elbow room. And anyway, so that was my concern. And also when you go past Stevens, so if you're heading on 3rd, going north towards Cherry Valley, and you pass over Stevens, that residential area is 26 feet wide. And it feels somewhat narrow in that section. So imagine even narrower. So anyway, that was my feedback. It seemed like the public also was concerned about having possibly too narrow of roadways. There's going to be a lot of traffic on that road, so you do want it narrow to keep them slow, but you can, at some point it becomes ridiculous in my unprofessional opinion. But and the other thing I wanted to point out is that in my Snoqualmie Valley Transportation Coalition, we talk a lot about when you're designing roads, even if there isn't transit on them now, is it possible you would have transit on them in the future? And so as you're going through the process, potentially contact Metro and say, do you ever see yourself envisioning to have transit head down this road? Would you do a loop, you know, and come around on 3rd ever? And just kind of have those preliminary conversations, not about what do you need now, but what might we need later. So I hope that could potentially happen. I don't know where that would happen in the process, but it seems like earlier rather than later would be better. But anyway, I'm super impressed by the public engagement. I attended one of the meetings and I was really impressed by the efforts that were put out and also the effort of the community to also respond. So it was exciting to see, and I'm looking forward to the project.
Yeah, I think our problem might be maintaining momentum. So they were pretty excited at those meetings in a good way.
So the one thing I just super quick, when this, so we're sort of choosing an alternative, and I remember when we bid this design project, we were only bidding to a certain level of design. So when we say, yes, let's go ahead with the option 3, how far in design are we now saying, yes, let's go ahead, just to continue out the original contract level of design? And do we have any estimates of cost? Things like that. I don't know where the next step is.
Yeah, I think maybe Olivia, you want to touch on scope, but the items to talk about, we're getting through the preliminary kind of selection, design, making sure we had everything, the underlying documentation to a level that we knew we could move forward design, survey, environmental, geotech, everything, you know, ground down. So when we bring things up, we are prepared to move forward to full design. And Olivia, what percentage were we expecting on the preliminary?
I believe we were anticipating to go to bid documents, up to bid documents.
Well, that was the original.
That was the original scope.
Right.
Yeah.
We nibbled the scope down to a section of that. I think it was preliminary design plus at 10%.
Just alternatives analysis and a kind of a 10% scroll to come up with a preferred alternative to move forward towards final design.
No specs kind of thing, but enough groundwork to then move to those next steps.
So does this mean that even though we're saying go ahead with option 3, we will see another contract come forward to move beyond where we're at now, or?
Yeah, so I can send a message tomorrow to the group, but I'm fairly sure we get through selecting the alternative, getting to a 10% status so we could then propose the cost estimate at that level, and then we have contract expiration and completion, and then to move forward from there to final design would be a separate contract. Obviously it would come forward to council because it's well over the threshold and a big project. So
okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Homework for me.
Great. Has council had all of their questions answered? It looks like it. So I believe Steve's looking for some direction tonight on this agenda bill. So if someone would like to make a motion, that would be great.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Go for it, Shaver.
Okay, thanks. I move to approve Agenda Bill 2359, supporting option 3 as the preferred design alternative for the 3rd Street Avenue reconstruction project.
Councilman Isaacson seconds.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve Agenda Bill 22-59, Third Avenue Design Alternative Selection. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. So thank you, Council. Great discussion, and thank you to KPG Somas for all of your hard work on this. This is what, 5-6 years in the making to get to this point. So I think we all are looking forward to the day where we've not just broken ground, but the project is complete. So this help us. Thank you for the Council for getting us to that next step. And we'll go ahead and move on to our next item of new business, Agenda Bill 22-55, review of the Rio Vista final plat for discussion. Director Laniszewski.
All right. Hello again, Mayor, Council. Steve Laniszewski, Public Works. I see our city engineer is still able to tolerate her attendance at this meeting. I know she's not quite comfortable in her current state and is quite a trooper. I will flip to, this is the Rio Vista plat. So we are not bringing any of these final plats forward tonight for any action, just informing you of where we are in the process, getting you familiar with the names. I know some of you like to wander about. So this is the Rio Vista final plat. 272nd place, 143rd place. 3rd Avenue is just down the hill to the west. 67 units, enhanced wetland. There are parks on the property that will become the city's. Utilities have been installed not only in the subdivision and along the frontage of 143rd, but rebuilt and or added down 143rd to 3rd, and then further west a few hundred feet, as well as further north on 3rd Avenue. Some of you are new enough where there used to be a water main that bisected this, and then some other water main rerouting up here, as well as some sewer that ran to the north. So that is all up to today's standard. They are looking for a recovery contract, or AKA a latecomers. And what that is if you improve your frontage and you provide those excuse me, utilities for others, they can get a fair pro rata share on a linear foot cost. You know, if this plat subdivides or this subdivides, they would have to do those improvements as well. That's a very common agreement. We have several intact. You will maybe, based on timing, see those possibly under a separate item in the next meeting. And the importance of that isn't necessarily our concern. However, they apply for our latecomers, they qualify, we want to process. But one of the plats downhill to the west, if they final plat prior to the enactment of a latecomers, they would not be responsible to pay. So we're working on that. It is on my draft list here for our committee meeting next week. As we have Public Works Committee, hopefully. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but I thought it was a little odd being council night and then committee night the next day. So that's this plat. I'm sure I've missed some items, but in your packet there's a brief narrative about the fees they pay, the improvements that have been had, the maintenance obligations, of course, of the park will become ours, and that timeline is on here. Final lift of asphalt, landscaping. The park we will take after 2 years of operation under the timeline that starts at final plat acceptance. So, we have a timeline for this. We have a timeline for Toll Brothers Park operations on our own. I'm not sure, Ms. Grundell, have I missed anything on the topic of Rio Vista? It has taken a while. It has been a long project.
It has. They're coming up on their extension to August to final plat, and they can't extend again. So they really are kind of under the wire. One thing it is worth mentioning is the park that's being dedicated. Everything that's in the middle and track J is going to be a park, but there is a shared maintenance responsibility with the HOA. So the city will not be responsible for all of the landscaping that's in there because the development got to count a percentage of their open space requirement within the city park. So that's kind of the trade-off that we got for that, which is helpful with the crew and maintaining and keeping it beautiful.
Then Larissa, to put you on the spot, I can't recall. I know it has been one of the other plats, but the stormwater vault ownership / maintenance obligations. I know it's several folks in this screen have expressed their concern about the long-term obligations of stormwater vaults, their management, their replacement thereof. And we are working with that premise to try to defer those requirements to the best of our abilities onto the contractor and then the HOAs. So I believe this is a plat where we have maybe one of our first with that sort of relationship where the HOA will be responsible. We still are responsible as the MS4, right, the municipal stormwater provider, to make sure they do their work. But this is the first one your rough and tumble city engineer has pushed folks on.
Well,
far
actually,
far on the envelope.
The first one was actually Rigid Big Rock. So those stormwater vaults that are under the commercial that manage both right of way and private are owned and operated by the HOA. So the city takes the responsibility and the maintenance and the ownership of all of the conveyance and all of the structures that are within the right of way. So all of the pipes and catch basins. Sometimes there are water quality facilities like the modular wetlands or the cartridge vaults that we would also take. But as far as the stormwater vaults, they're going to be owned and maintained by the HOAs. So this is the second project. Thank goodness.
Share that.
All right.
So that is the Rio Vista plat.
Any questions from council on Rio Vista? Councilmember Naplin?
Yeah, that's great news. So in the Rigid Big Rock, the vault underneath the park is city, but then there's another vault under the commercial, and that one is HOA.
Yes, so in phase 1 and phase 2, the vaults are all owned by the HOA.
Across the street.
Yes.
Behind Safeway.
Yes, so phase 1 and phase 2, those are owned by the HOA. In phase 3, the only vault that the city owns is the one that's on the city property under the park.
Perfect.
There's 2 more vaults that are smaller that are also being installed in phase 4. Those will also be owned and operated by the HOA. So out of, I think it's 7 vaults just in 4 phases of the Rigid Big Rock, the city owns 1.
Fantastic. I appreciate all the effort it must have taken to make that happen.
Actually 2, I'm sorry, correct myself. There's a smaller vault that's down on Big Rock Road that manages 100% of right of way. That is also ours.
Okay, I got off topic and I apologize. When it comes to Rio Vista, one thing I noticed when I drove by it recently is the in parcel J, the mitigation area is looking a little wild. Is that going to be something that the city has to manage, or, the mitigation portion, the part that's inside the natural area?
So the contractor is responsible for it for, I believe, 5 years.
Okay.
And that is an establishment, right? So making sure that whatever they mitigate lives. And then once it gets to that point, it just turns into a natural growth area. And we maintain it as we maintain our other natural growth areas, which is we manage the trees.
Okay.
Mostly for safety and the health of those trees. But yes, for 5 years, it is the obligation of the developer.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, and they are redoing some work in that space right now with their soft surface pathway. They didn't have the right specification of materials, so they're getting to redo a couple things. They are working hard. They're diligently listening, as they do know time is running out because you cannot extend another extension. No other hands?
I just had a quick question for staff. With these vaults being maintained by HOAs, do we have any cost estimates on what the difference in dues would be for those HOA members? Because they're going to have to hire their own staff that are going to likely have to be trained to manage those vaults versus what it would be, without that management. Because especially as we see in the Ridge of Big Rock for homes, pre-sale homes going for over 1.4 million, despite the fact they're going for that high, you've got a significant potential increased cost in HOA dues just to maintain. And then also the legal liability, as you've seen in places like Florida with the complete condo collapses because the HOA didn't maintain their property, what that looks like. Because from my perspective, I'm concerned about that as well as the long-term impact to the taxpayers if suddenly the city has to take over and fix these vaults and the HOA has defaulted or hasn't done their job.
Yeah, I think there's several layers to consider first off with that, Mayor. One, we have a stormwater program coordinator position for a reason. There is a lot of hand-holding. So I expect these groups will not hire staff per se. They'll hire a contractor at the direction of the city when they come to the realization of what they are to do, right? So that person, education outreach, constant training, it'll be repetitive because they'll have a contractor for 1 or 2 years and then their bid will get higher, then they'll have another one. So there will be some repetitive instruction and hand holding for that element. Your city engineer on the screen there, the responsibility of the city and the MS4 monitoring is to annually inspect their facilities, right? So we still inspect theirs, ours, public, private, per our requirements, and then report back. We keep a report, we have a log, we have an annual report that gets put together, submitted to the Department of Ecology. All of it is documented. Again, another reason for the stormwater program coordinator, so Ms. Grundell and Ms. Rulin can get that off of their to-do list so they can put the rest of their work back on it. So there's many layers to that management. I think based on the size, your $400-ish an hour for Vector Truck Services, as we've proven to ourselves, the one good thing about the MS4 designation as well as the requirements from DOE, Department of Ecology, to manage the facilities and clean them and to take care of them, it does get cheaper over time, right? When we started this, we would get maybe a half of the system cleaned annually, and it would take 2 months. Now we're to getting the system cleaned citywide, aside from excavating out storm ponds that have extra biomass. But the collection system itself, it's less than a month, and they do the entire city now. So, chronic maintenance leads to cost savings in management. So those are several things to consider. Yeah, the risk in the long term, HOA dissolving, the city having to absorb some kind of ownership. I mean, I'm sure we have attorneys for a reason. That will become an issue at some point. But right now, the real good news about Toll Brothers, they have a management company running the neighborhood. So we will have a direct communication to someone. Not the same on every plat, of course. Smaller ones are going to be a little more problematic. But the way stormwater program management is going, there are individual sites on private properties that our coordinator is going to have to go to and ask them to show paperwork of how they've taken care of it. We need to inspect that. And they're going to say, oh, by the way, I put a hot tub over that last year. It's not even there. So it's going to be a lot of work. Again, justification for the staff. Every time I turn around, there's something else that gets added to the list. So maybe if you have anything else, Larissa, to add to that. But.
No, that's really good explanation. And another reason why, unfortunately, the code update for code enforcement for storm is so important.
Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. All right, moving on to Agenda Bill 22-56, review of the 65 degrees final plat.
Mayor, is Councilmember Naplin's hand still up on that one? Okay, so this is a little easier. I will try to skip through it real quick. So 65 degrees, share my screen. If you're not familiar with that project, it is on 143rd, further west downhill. It would be currently the subdivision closest to State Route 203. It's one parcel away from Main Street. And kind of the one thing I didn't touch on the other one, because the information is in the packet, right? You can see the types of fees the city recovers relative to these subdivisions. You know, the $1 million for sewer is going to come in handy for paying our sewer bill. There are other recovery contracts the city has issued on behalf of a development in the past that they have to pay in on. For those somewhat new to land development, most all fees now changed, I don't know, 6 to 8 years ago, are due at time of the building permit. These used to be due at time of final plat, and it was quite a big pill to swallow for the development community. So that has changed. So we don't get a shot in the arm once or twice a year. It kind of just comes in a little more programmatically. So not bad from a fiscal management standpoint. A little better to manage that way than 900,000 now and nothing for 2 years. So it's 6 in one hand, half dozen the other. So that's just kind of the way the fees roll in. 65 degrees is 67 units. Interestingly enough, their neighborhoods are numbered in some sort of chronological order. It has nothing to do with their general location. If you were thinking Latin longs or something like that, it is just the number. If you run into other neighborhoods that they build, there's 66 degrees somewhere, 67 I think is in Bothell. You know, so that's just how they name their subdivisions. Not to belabor the point, but in an effort to share information, right, this subdivision, and we talked about it in a different meeting this week at some point, but detention isn't always required of the stormwater management code. So this is what is called a detention exempt facility. Quarter mile downstream of the receiving body, which is the Snoqualmie River, there are different strategies that are employed for water management. Water quality is super high. That is implemented in this subdivision. I think, you know, my opinion, some of the water quality quantity management services in proximity to the river are to, you know, not starve it. So, you know, when we do subdivisions, water goes into these stormwater facilities and sits and holds. The theory is some of the sediment and some of those things fall out. There's an ecological process, and then it releases at a rate as if it wasn't developed, right? Pre-development rates. But it looks to me that some sort of science behind the code wants some amount of water to come to the rivers and the receiving bodies in some sort of programmatic way. So again, this 1st and 2nd Avenue gradient all the way through town is about that limit of a quarter mile to the Snoqualmie. So if you're wondering where their storm vault is, it's not. If you're wondering why they have big blue boxes out front, it's because during construction they can't manage their runoff in their water quality facilities because it will not pass discharge limits, right? So they have to bring in their storm boxes, let them collect, let the sediment fall out. There's a lot of processes they can do to do that: time, space, flocculants, all over the board. But yeah, that's why you tend to see more of these big Lego storage boxes on the projects that are a little closer to Main Street. Other than that, the roads interior are private. They are establishing 1st Avenue and even established the curb line on both sides of 1st Avenue, not in a half street way, which is normally what they are responsible for, but in a full street width. That was a little quid pro quo with them, I think, needing a little right-of-way space, and then they did the development of the road widening along with the curbing to make 1st Avenue set curb to curb forever. They're not doing the sidewalk on the downhill or the west side, but they are providing all their half-street required improvements on their project itself. Anything else exciting on 65 degrees, Larissa?
No, there is a condo lot.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just all townhomes. There is one 12-unit condo building. So that's about the only difference from some of the plats that we've seen come in with the higher densities.
And what was the underlying zoning? I can't recall.
R20.
20. Very few of the parcels Is this the first actual fulfilled R20?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, they not only have their plat process to go, they have site plan review to deal with what the structures look like physically above the ground with planning commission and the planning department. So that is 65 degrees in a nutshell. They're not too far off. I think they're getting real close process wise. So I don't know if they'll make it next meeting or the one thereafter, but sometime in the very near future. Any questions on 65 degrees? Seeing none.
If there aren't any questions tonight on that one, we'll move on to Agenda Bill 22-57, review of the Sunset Court final plat.
All right. Sunset Court, again, Steve Lenishevsky, Public Works, Larissa Grundle, City Engineer, with you tonight. Hopefully, I think this is the last item. Oh, no, we have ARPA. Sunset Court, if you're not familiar, is a little different than we're used to. It is, I believe it's R12. It's in the packet. I didn't read, I'm sorry. 11 units right off of 143rd Place. This is 3rd Avenue to the right, which is east. Nothing too exciting. 2 private tract roads. They will not be ours. Obviously, all served by utilities, and nothing real exciting in this plat. Not to undersell it. That's kind of it.
Great. Any questions, Councilmember Isaacson?
Yeah, Steve, is that the one that's, because I don't know if you were trying to project there and I didn't pull it up in the package. Is it the one to the east of 65?
It would be not due east. No, you have 65. You have, what is that called?
Skyline Heights.
Skyline Heights underlying the clay plat, which has a vacant parcel out front. And then this is adjacent to that, and it bounds the southern part of
Duvall
Sunset,
143.
which I think is Sunset Heights, or Duvall 143.
Yeah, Duvall 143. This was actually their parcel, part of that project. So it created this parcel as a part of the subdivision of Duvall 143 just to the north.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. They maintain the access, that pathway tract up to that neighborhood.
Thanks.
Great. Any other questions for Director Lenishevsky or our engineer, Ms. Grundle? Okay. Thank you. The last item we had on our agenda is the ARPA discussion funding, but we're also at 9:12. And so I wanted to check in with council to see if you wanted to continue this conversation tonight, or if we want to make sure that it's first on the agenda at our next committee of the whole, so that we have the opportunity to discuss it in whole.
Councilmember Isaac, I recommend we move into it. I don't care. Just recommendation, whatever everyone else wants to do. Get it done.
Councilmember Schaefer and McHenry?
Yeah, I'm certainly fine discussing it tonight. I suspect we won't come to any agreement on it, but I think it's still a good time to initiate the discussion.
Yeah, I'm also happy to, give it a go right now, but.
Okay. Well, it is a committee of the whole discussion. So Mayor Pro Tem, I'll ask you to lead it. So with Director Mason, and we'll go ahead and move forward, and I'll virtually pass the gavel on to Councilmember McHenry for that portion of the meeting, reverting back to Cal.
All right. So with that, I guess I will see if Director Lenishevsky or Mason want to, I don't know, did you guys want to bring up the rankings, or did you have something to present at all?
Sure, we actually, good evening, Council. Dana Mason, Finance Director. We actually put together a PowerPoint presentation so we can, just with the top rankings. So as everyone knows, thank you to all the council members who went in and ranked the different ARPA projects in the spreadsheet. So here's the, the top the top ranking projects, the 7 highest ranked projects. One was business facades, frontage improvement grants. Number 2 was Wood Duvall and 230 intersection project scope and partnerships. Number 3 was Park Trail and Open Spaces Plan Update, Nonprofit Park Foundation. Number 4 was city facility improvements for community use, and this was already approved by council. And that's my dog. If I don't know if you can hear him, he's groaning. Number 5 was more public art sculpture. Number 6 was Big Rock Ballpark expansion, property acquisition, just some ideas for the expansion, field expansion, a splash pad, large covered area. And then number 7 was human service grants. So what we were hoping tonight was just to get a little direction from council. We wanted staff to look into any of these projects, to do a little more research on them, to come up with a plan. For example, for the business facade frontage improvement grants, there's on the spreadsheet that everyone put their rankings in on, there's another tab with a whole bunch of other plans from different cities who provided similar grants with their ARPA funding. Some of them limited the improvements just to outdoors, like outdoor seating and, you know, just improving the area around their the different businesses. Others said, you know, you could go ahead and make improvements to indoor areas as well. For the Wood Duvall 230 intersection, you know, if council would like to limit to the ARPA funding to project scope. For the Park Trail and Open Spaces Plan, is there anything other than costs that council would like to see? So I'm so sorry about my dog. For human services grants at cost criteria, you know, if you would like us to look into that. And then for big ball park park expansion, you know, do we want to look into more property acquisition, field expansion, splash pad, large covered area? Where would you like us to focus? And then public art sculpture, just, you know, the type, the location, would it be something commissioned? So just some discussion points there. And then Mr. Lenishevsky had some additional things for council to consider. So I'll just go ahead and bring those up and try to get rid of my dog while he talks.
Thank you all. I was enjoying the serenade of her dog. But so again, a couple things that happened at the beginning of this, you know, maybe didn't get on the list based on how people may or may not have been asked by some previous administrations. So with that said, in things that could sustain and support economic development for staff, we came up with a few items after kind of talking with Cass and then Joe and the crew leads, you know, called a versatile boom, you know, a genie lift, 45-foot genie lift. They're about 26,000 with tax, so I put under 30,000. We rent these several times a year anyway, and it's thousands of dollars each time. So water tank inspection, water tank cleaning if we don't do that with a consultant or contractor. Holiday tree lighting, we have to rent a lift. Banner poles, the options we have are replacing the guts, which seems to be some sort of insurmountable task. If you aren't aware, the 2 sets of banner poles on Main Street, one of the interior lifting mechanisms is shot, so we have to, you know, basically ladders, hook, scale things across. Pretty traumatic looking. Looks a little funny having people do that. It's essentially a boat winch inside that has unspooled, and it's cabling, which is virtually impossible to repair. So the options are replace that, and you have to take the poles down. It takes a crane and all this other stuff. We've looked into it. It's not an inexpensive endeavor. We thought, well, if we had a boom, we wouldn't need to worry about it at all. So anyway, that's the banner pole saga on Main Street. Tree trimming. We have a lot of street trees. The crew tends to rent a lift for that as well. So that would be very helpful to keep the town looking good and engaging lots of activities. Adding banner poles to Big Rock Road itself came about recently. Those, a couple slides down, I have a little bit of individual slide on each of these topics, so maybe I'll speed up. There's your boom. Obviously, everybody knows what a boom is. We rent them several times a year. Joe's out of town in the U.S. Virgin Islands, or I would have had a little more detail on the cost for you on rental. Banner poles, we kind of looked at the entrance just past Safeway to when you hit the residential style area / the commercial pad on the right. We talked about, if you're downtown, depending on how you come to town, you may not hit both at any time and may not know what Duvall Days is, because maybe you don't go downtown and you're new and you're from Redmond and you go up Big Rock behind Safeway and that's kind of all you ever do. I mean, who knows? But some redundancy in our banner poles for our events and other folks who use our banner poles and rent that space or provide an application for that. We thought that was something interesting. What I did is I pulled the plans from Centennial. So if you notice what's on the upper part of your screen, those are the banner poles, which aren't manipulated with banners per se. They have the visual banner. That was $67,000 in 2012, but that's very elaborate for what we would be looking at for Big Rock. It just what I could get quickly that made some sense. Obviously, a large foundation structure, steel poles. We aren't looking for anything ornate. There wouldn't be this style of activity on there. So taking inflation into consideration from last year, and this has the pedestrian level banner pole to the right that we wouldn't do. I kind of looked at that as about a $35,000, $30,000 cost from 2012 without all the stuff. So putting that into a 10-year CPI, about 50 grand with Big Rock banner poles. And then I know I've mentioned it several times, so some speed feedback messaging would be great. We've got a lot of calls and complaints lately on speeding. Talk to the police chief, put some green dots on the board, mostly on our steep roads. Big Rock in the steep section before you get to 275th. I might have put that in the wrong spot. 145th, Brewitt Road, Cherry Valley Road in the area of the elementary school. We have the 2 black dots on Main Street now. So I do think they do help you realize what you are doing. In my talks with the chief, there's portable ones, kind of like the one in the middle upper of your screen, but even smaller where they're up, you don't know they're up, they're collecting data, and then they turn on and they're battery powered, so you can go mount them to existing street speed limit signs. You wouldn't put them on a stop sign, of course, but other traffic control device signs you could mount them to. We had a program like that at another place I worked, and the police were instrumental in using that, and it did work very well. So those are some of the additional requests to consider. I've heard a couple things come out, haven't done any scoping. A very recent example of the power outage during the Austin Jenks concert. Electrical equipment got wet, blew some circuits. We have what's called a junction box or a spider box where all of the large 40, 50 amp power cords come in. That got wet and kind of blew the system. It's $500. I probably could just buy one anyway, but we were talking about things we need. And again, Joe's out of town. I'm not sure we have the system we have down there, so we'll kind of find out. But we talked about a mower for if we wanted to increase activity and maybe have that disc golf course. And boy, I didn't update anybody recently, but our intern started this week, and if there's anybody who's going to get a golf disc course built, it's that kid. He is insane. he's like, oh yeah, I can do it, no problem. Like, just give me what I need, I'll get it done. He travels around to tour them, so he's a great kid. Hopefully, when we get to have some meetings, he's here all summer. He's from Boise State, so we're excited to have him. But those are some of the additional things that no one had ever seen because of how we started the process. So just wanted to share. I didn't want to get in trouble for not sharing. Whether you all like it or not is to be determined, but there you go.
And I would just say that what Director Laniszewski's brought up as far as items, I'm in full support of. There are things we need. They put money back into the economy. They help the city serve its community. So with that, if I had been aware of those a few months ago, they would have been on our list. So that's not Ms. Director Lenishevsky's fault. I'll just make that very clear. With that, then Mayor Pro Tem McHenry, lead it away with the discussion.
Director Mason, did you have something else to add then?
Oh, I skipped over this first slide, and I just wanted to point out that there's about 1.9, just over $1.9 million remaining in ARPA funds that can be allocated.
Okay. So with that, I mean, this is a lot to take in. I think, I'll just start off by saying, when I went in to rank these different things, it's hard because they're all really important, right? And I think we see them all as priorities, but then it's also, but is this something you want to spend ARPA on? So, I don't know what council thinks in terms of spread a lot of money thin over a bunch of different things, or I lean toward picking a few things and make a really serious impact. But I do feel one thing to keep in mind is, it's money that we want to get used and used relatively quickly. So, I'm not against putting it into something that could be a longer term project, but I would lean more toward quicker impact, because I think that was the purpose of it all. So does anyone want to start off just on any of the topics, in there that were brought up? Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Mercer.
I mean, I'll just jump in sort of in the interest in starting, as the mayor said, I mean, they're all worthwhile projects. And I think it's just a matter of a prioritization conversation. And as you've indicated, whether to go broad and or deeper. I think one of the things that's been a sort of a come up in several recent meetings, and I know it's an area of interest for the council as a whole, is around economic development. I think that's part of the reason why, from a ranking perspective, a lot of the frontage improvements were invested. We've seen changes in business. People haven't been able to invest just over COVID, but even pre-COVID, it's just, when you're starting a business, it's not necessarily the thing you focus on. There's deferred maintenance. We've made that pretty substantial investment in redeveloping downtown, but then obviously there's the buildings themselves that sort of exist on downtown. So I would love to see a more holistic investment in the frontage improvements. And I know one of the questions you asked Director Mason was around sort of, guidance in terms of, I think that's everything from painting to signage to awnings. There's the sort of dilapidated awnings or just faded. There's investments that could be made in terms of just bringing more uniformity or updating the frontage. So that might involve some carpentry or repair work. The other area, and I'm not 100% sure in terms of how ARPA funds can be applied, but potentially, from a grant dollar, the actual doing the work, but also just some assistance in terms of how to design and providing guidance to the business owners in terms of, and I don't want to create work for staff. There's things we could probably just pull together as a package. And we did some of this for the signage work in the planning commission, but examples of what fits in with the overarching design and what are some of the things we'd like to see to sort of that helping hand to kickstart the process. But for me, I think that's, if there was an area that really resonates around the COVID and jumpstarting the economy, I think that is something that we would see longer term dividends. And one other area, and I brought this up sort of a pet project, but is that coming from Monroe, just things we could do to sort of tie that the industrial with the and it's a core business, but just in terms of I'm trying to think of a sensitive way to say it, but just in terms of softening that entry point, in addition to some of the hardscaping we've already put in place. So I'll pause and give the other council members an opportunity, but if there was one thing I'd pick, that's sort of it, plus some of the investments in terms of city equipment, just in terms of longer term maintenance. I think there's sustainable value there as well.
Director Lenishevsky.
Just a question on that, Councilmember Mercer. Are you thinking like entryway signage? I don't know if you've been to Monroe in the last 3 weeks, but they've erected a new like monument sign coming into Monroe. Is that what you're kind of thinking about on that?
No, I mean, it's specifically targeted. I don't want to call it this business, but I've talked about like Trompe-l'oeil, where we did some things around the garage frontage where they're building the containers or the compactors. So when they're closed for the day, whether it's carriage doors or they have horses or, there's a lot of things that you can do in terms of creative design that would, when they're end of day for business, just basically add some, ties it into the character of the downtown. So
Or muraling or something too.
muraling. I know there are some updates there, but I think there are some creative things that you can do that softens the business look. And then when they're open for business, they're open for business. And so, you know, just an idea, and there's probably lots of thoughts and other areas that we could explore.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to chime in super quick and then I'll go to Councilmember Schaefer. Councilmember Mercer, when you talked about frontage improvements and stuff, one thing that comes to my mind as well is sidewalks. I know we have at least one business who is remodeling, and it got to a point that it's triggered those improvements and putting in a sidewalk. And I mean, that can really add a ton of cost. And, you know, these are businesses that have been spending extra money on hand sanitizer, masks, plexiglass, all these things. So they haven't had time to do like what you're saying, that deferred maintenance. And the last thing I'll say on that topic is, if I had a magic wand, I would love to extend the look of Old Town, Main Street, all down. You know, I just love the way it looks down there. And I think that's always the core of all these towns that are so popular that people stop by and walk along the main street. It's just that old town feel to it. And so that's what I think of when I think of frontage improvements as well, is aesthetics. How can we look at buildings we have and encourage them to maybe fix it up or look a little more frontierish or match some of the other feels that some of the other buildings have. So I just really love that idea a lot.
Councilmember in North Bend, that's what you see when you drive down. It's got a quaint character that we've done the initial work, and then it's just sort of tying it all together.
For sure. Councilmember Schaefer, thank you.
Real quickly, we do need a motion to extend. It's
Okay.
9:30.
I move we extend the meeting past 9:30.
Second, Schaefer.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Schaefer, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. First and foremost, I like the idea of long-term investment for economic development, specifically in our downtown area. So that not only involves facade improvements, but any other type of streetscape and or pedestrian friendly improvements. Things that will visually attract people as they drive by, things that add a wow factor as people walk our streets. This may include flowers, it may include extra seating or dining out along Main Street. We talked earlier in the cow, I guess, we talked about a possible sound system on Main Street. I think all of that will go a very long way to attracting business to our downtown. And I did want to mention, as I spent a couple hours today handing out those flyers, a lot of business people were telling me things are very slow right now. Now, part of that's due to the weather, but we haven't seen any kind of significant influx of business. Except perhaps a few isolated businesses. So anything that we could do to help those businesses attract people would go a long ways and be a strong future investment. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Isaacson and then Naplin.
Yeah, I guess I'll be thirding the comments on frontage and clean that up to make it more inviting, not only just to bring people to these businesses, but sometimes these businesses fold, and when that frontage is set up right, anybody else wanting to come in and start their business or establish a business, it is going to be very inviting. That word will get around fast up and down the valley, and people are like, I want to bring my business to Duvall. The character in the community here already does that. If we start adding something, if we start cleaning up that end of downtown, I think that will help those businesses, or at least help other businesses want to come in. And one of the questions that was asked was, would we want to limit it to just the outdoor stuff? I personally would say, no, I wouldn't want to tie the hands if it's something that would help that business. I mean, there's several of these businesses that could make the indoor more comfortable, air conditioning, better windows, or better, something on the inside that when you look through the windows, it's more inviting. So it's all about a total package of getting people in there. So I would support that as well. As far as the equipment and things like that for the city, 100% on board with that too, but I start with the facades and stuff. And if there's money available, I would lean towards city staff. Tell me you prioritize it, because I can sit here and prioritize all day and we'll take forever to get it done. Just give me a priority of things that you'd want, and let's approve the money and go buy it and get you know what you need better than I do.
Thank you. Councilmember Naplin.
Yeah, the concept of extending the feel of Old Town into the rest of Main Street. Yeah, I hadn't really thought through that fully about how the facade improvements we could potentially try to extend some of that feel. I'm wondering, this would be a question for Director or our Community Development Director, is do we have in place design standards that would have enough policy to accomplish what we're wanting down in the newer area, the southern end of town? Because I'm not sure if those design standards that apply to Old Town apply down in that area. So to continue that look and feel, I'm not really sure if we have those design standards extending. Maybe Councilmember Mercer would know. He was on Planning Commission. I don't know. I think there is a separate policy section for Old Town. Is that right? Yes. Okay. That's what I thought too. So that would be something I'm kind of curious about on the facade improvements, about would there be an area we would do it, or would it be for the whole Main Street or all businesses? For the poles, I really like that idea of having signage down in the newer area, just to bring that part of the community in, that they're part of our events, that, you know, I really like that idea. The speed feedback signs, I thought, well, what does that have to do with ARPA? Is that legitimate? But then I remembered, heard there's a lot more speeding since COVID hit. So I feel like, you know, that's legitimate. The speakers, I do have a question that came up earlier in the public comment, but now we're talking about ARPA. What I would really like to understand, and maybe Mayor, when you connect with Matt tomorrow, if you could ask him, what are the types of events that the speakers would be useful? Because if it's just Duvall days or just the tree lighting, or, I mean, give me some scenarios of when this would be useful.
I'd be happy to give a few.
Right now. You know, all the different.
Well, I mean, just off the top of my mind, because this was an internal discussion a couple of months ago, it got brought up. You know, it's not just Duvall days, it's Art and Wine Walk, it's Christmas shopping time, it's Small Business Saturday. It could be community announcements if something's going on in the community. On weekends, you could just pipe low-level music to provide some ambiance while people are walking down the street. During, you know, Sandblast or Summer Stage, you could pipe some of that music up to Main Street so people can enjoy it there as well, potentially, if it's not too loud. I think there's the opportunity to utilize those is actually pretty endless. And to Matt's point, being able to have that sound all the way down Main Street would be a huge benefit for people that are attending, you know, parades or events in town. And I do see that also as an economic development component, because, you know, one of the attractive things about cities like Leavenworth is that there's always music, whether or not it's live music or canned music. There's always music that provides a level of ambiance for the people that are visiting, and provides a vibe that kind of makes people want to go into shops and spend money. So that's, I'm not sure what else Matt has in mind, but just off the top of my head, I think depending on the actual cost, it's probably a worthwhile investment.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to learn more. I mean, Leavenworth kind of has a theme, so it's a little bit hard to contemplate, like, well, what kind of music would we play if it was a Saturday? You know what I mean? Just
cities do it, but that's just the one that comes to mind.
Yeah. So maybe I wonder if there's another city that does this type of thing that could be, just because Leavenworth definitely has a theme. So just out of curiosity, if there's another city that has some type of a system like that. Yeah, that's the end of my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hope.
You. I'm not gonna talk about all the items that have been brought forward tonight, but one item that really interests me, I liked hearing that we have an intern that is interested in disc golf. I just think that's, kind of exciting because it just seemed like it was kind of a hard, but it didn't seem like it was going to go anywhere. And I do truly feel that's something that would bring economic development to the community, because in Redmond, I think I've said this at meetings before, or maybe it's been said by Councilmember Naplin, but in Redmond, I think that disc golf is never empty. There's always people, from early in the morning till gets dark playing disc golf. So I think it would just bring people to the community from all over. And I think it would be really great to consider. That's, yeah. So thank you.
And then unless Director Laniszewski, did you have something pertinent to something that was just said? Other than that, I could go to the mayor. Go ahead.
Yes, it's not just rambling gibberish. Two things on the disc golf. Yeah, again, we've talked a little bit about that. It's just more of the long-term maintenance needs, i.e. we don't have the proper equipment to handle the heavy rough mowing. So that's the one item. And then on what Councilmember Naplin was saying about the speakers, I think the quote when I got it was maybe 18,000 for the system. And I know me as a end user, I don't always want to go down into the park on a hot night. I'd rather sit up at the grill on their street front and maybe have a spicy beverage, right? And if we could have live music be part of that too. I did talk to Matt because he and I have been conversing. I suggested in the message that they do send, they propose some sort of small committee or somebody to put ideas together on behalf of Rotary and Chamber on what they would use it for. And he thought that was something reasonable too. So, yeah, I don't think we want to be in that business by ourselves, as it affects a lot of people, citizens as well as business and property owners. So that was my relevant 2 cents.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then I'll go to you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, I want to like the idea of the speakers. I do like the idea. It's just, I get concerned when it had come up in the past and I asked, have we spoken with like every single business owner on Main Street? I just want to make sure we're not missing any potential downside, which I think there could be rules around their use that would make it okay. But, that hadn't occurred. And I love that idea of having, putting it in their hands really as a small committee to figure out what the uses are and any potential pros, cons of it. And I'll go to you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm hearing obviously strong support for the facade improvements. I think we have to check with our finance director on some of the rules with giving more money to businesses that have already received money, because a lot of our businesses are not going to be eligible to receive anything from this pot because they've already received CARES Act funds or other funding related to the COVID. So just to set that out there and set the stage for that. But that said, we've talked for years off and on about developing like a sidewalk grant program or what have you. And I think where I'm hearing 2 themes is that there's a lot of support for the equipment, still want a little more information about it. And that's low hanging fruit. It's easy to do. And then the facade improvements, obviously extending kind of that Main Street is a long-term goal. So what we could do, since that seems to be the theme that everybody's interested in, but nobody knows how to do it, we could task the Public Works Committee with coming up with lists of ideas and vetting what's feasible and what's not, and coming back with a proposal and determining a set amount of money to go towards that. I think that could really feed a couple of birds with one stone or with one meal, in helping that kind of infrastructure improvement in downtown, making it easier for some of our businesses and making it more aesthetically pleasing, and having more of that long-term benefit of economic development the way that Main Street does. But in keeping in mind with that also, when Main Street was redone, it wasn't about farming. We have our design guidelines, but Main Street was really about arts and bringing the arts and economic development into town as well. So trying keeping with that. So I think what my recommendation would be, if folks are ready to kind of start to move the conversation forward, is for Public Works Committee to evaluate and really hash out a list of what you want in that downtown improvement program. And then us staff come up with a list and kind of the more estimates of the other equipment we need, and come back with Matt's proposal for the sound system and have a more focused conversation. Because I think tonight, actually, we've gotten more focus on key items than we have. And frankly, the big ticket of the downtown facade and tying those things in can really help us get that money out the door quickly, as well as get those long-term improvements that can help with our economic development and the long-term health of the city. So I hope I'm not rambling too much there, but that's just what I'm thinking about from this, and wanted to share that thought and perspective and see if we can start moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. I was feeling we're having such a good discussion, but then I was thinking ahead of, okay, but where do we go from here? Because so that's a great suggestion. I personally really like it. I mean, does everyone, I don't know if we could just do head nods. Does everyone want to see the Public Works Committee take on that idea and maybe put together some thoughts on specifics?
Sure.
I see some head nods. Really quick, Councilmember Hoag, did you still have your hand up or was that a new question? Okay, then I'll go to Councilmember Isaacson.
I just want to raise my hand and say, yes, I support that. So we can just get something going.
Okay.
Because we've been stewing on this for months. And so we got to just get something moving.
And I really think that, if the Public Works Committee is able to hone it down and what that looks like, what does that cost? What can we do with ARPA, legally and everything, then it would give us an idea of how much money we would have left too. And okay, so now what do we do with that chunk? So, okay, I mean, I think that's probably, in my opinion, good for tonight, unless anyone had anything else to add to the conversation. All right. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Naplin.
I just wondered if there were other ideas in that top list. Are we going to dive into any of the rest of them? Or are we? I'm just, just for the sake of we're at the meeting, are there any other items that we want to get more information from?
Were there any that you had on your mind that you wanted to talk about?
I mean, can we bring up the list again? I'm just wondering if to, send everyone off to bring back information if tonight's the night. Is that list?
Yeah. Director, oh, there we go.
Because we talked about the facade improvement and then some of the really small things, but
here was the other big ones. And I can flip it over here. It's a little bit easier to see.
Can you do the one that had I think all 6 of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Or I guess 7. So the Woodinville Duvall 203 intersection, is that something that Public Works could kind of envision an idea that would at least do some preliminary, I don't know, come up with an idea of what we could do there, and then maybe by the next meeting, the park trail and open spaces, is that something that we could get some information back on?
So one thought I had initially,
Kinda, yeah.
One thought I had was knowing how many committee meetings would happen between now and the next meeting. If this is something that we keep checking in on to get it moving, for me at least, I would hate for them to spend too much time on other things depending on what one item would cost. So if we just at least picked 1 or 2 for them to start on, I mean, I don't know how much time they'll have before the next meeting. So I mean, would that work in your mind to just have them focus on the facade frontage improvement grants and then come back and then we'd at least have an idea of potential cost for that? Or
Okay, I mean, that's fine. It's just some of the other items we've talked about in the past too. And so I was hoping we could get a little bit more refined information. We don't have to dive. I don't think those other ones you have to dive quite as deep as trying to figure out how to do a facade improvement, but I guess that's fine. I know that this Woodinville Duvall 203 intersection has been sent to Public Works Committee, I think at one point. So maybe there's already been some work done by staff on kind of ideas of how to approach that.
Yeah, and that was just my thought, but I'll okay, so we'll go Mayor and then Councilmember Schaefer and then Director Laniszewski.
I was just going to say, Woodinville Duvall is one of those 10 to 20 year projects. So we have a lot more control over how fast we put sidewalks in or do other small improvements within our city limits. And Woodinville Duvall 203 is going to take up a long-term interagency coordination and funding beyond the city. So when I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about we have a timeline to spend the money. Congress wants to visually see what we've done with the money and see it pumped into the economy. So I see the facade improvements as being and frontage improvements as being much more in line with the intent of the funding. And then I see, obviously, parks, trails, and open space, that's something we have to do already. We're already going to do that and we have funding to do it. And you're not going to see the benefit of that right away. So where human services grants, facade improvements, equipment purchases that the city can put to use right away are immediate. You can see the result immediately. And of course, business facades, the economic development side takes time. I see those as being more in line with the intent of the money and getting it out the door. And I also see the business facade and frontage improvements as being the more big ticket item. So if we start looking at all these other things, we're not going to have any money for the facade improvements. So that's the perspective I'm looking at this from, and also trying to ease the amount of work staff has to do out of the gate, so that looking at a couple of key big components of funding in isolation can help us, I think, stay focused and look at that bigger picture of what we want to achieve. So thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, and thank you. And Mary basically said what was on my mind. We can't allow ourselves to get spread too thin here. Item number one, by itself, even if we limit it to Old Town, can easily eat up the $2 million we have left. Woodinville Duvall intersection, I don't think 2 million would even scratch the surface on that. That's a significant project that's going to take planning and consultants and interagency cooperation. Whereas I think we can make some things happen with the facade and frontage improvements in relatively short term.
And Director Laniszewski.
So I think the good or bad thing, depending on which side of the coin you're on, about having an engineer put some of that together is, I think there's a way to do a lot of it. And I don't think you're going to put all your eggs in one basket. And from what I know Dana and I have kind of looked at on some of the other programs out there specific to facade improvements, you pick a number and you run with a program, 200,000, 300,000. So I would expect our group will look at a couple other things and maybe set some buckets up and propose what monies go into those buckets and those amounts. And then we see, spreadsheet form, like what we have left, what all these programs are eating into. My idea and Woodinville Duvall, right? I have no problem. We have an on-call consultant who's a transportation specialist for a reason, right? But we have WashDOT coming with new programming and new signals completely this summer sometime on how they operate. So knowing that's coming, maybe we can get a little bang for our buck and a few $1,000s assessment and understanding what may be coming, how we integrate, what do we do moving forward, just to start to get momentum. So those are where I see plenty of opportunity to do some small things that will have future payout, and maybe help guide us into something obviously we're not seeing at all. So that's kind of what I envision for some of these items. Like we kind of set up some buckets. We see what our tolerance is for spending on facades. Because again, we've seen plenty of programs out there, and they're not all of their monies. There's some of their monies, and we'll work on that and come back to the group of the whole. I would imagine is the next step if the committee itself can kind of put some programming together and then understand how it all affects how much can we fit in. So I think we can do something that means a lot and hopefully covers all of our bases.
Thank you. Councilmember Isaacson.
Yeah, I know we keep getting hung on the word facade. I mean, to me, when I look at number one, and as we've all been around this for so many months, it's like, it's facade is just, I think, a word that's made it onto a slide, but it's, to me, when I'm looking at this and like Councilmember Shaver said, there's so much that could be done with that money. When I say facade, and I see frontage and improvement grants, it's how do these businesses that do qualify for the money, can we help them do things to get business to them and make that store frontage and everything and more inviting, more cleaned up to include inside, like I said earlier. We can use this money pretty quick, I think, with a lot of that. And then those that don't qualify, that's going to have some money left over, then we move on to the next thing. And we just got to keep whittling it down. But I'm pretty sure we could spend almost all that money in the general concept. When we say facade, I'm not just talking about, overhangs and stuff like that. It's frontage improvements and grants. Is how do you get people into those businesses?
Thank you. Yeah, and that even scoops in, placemaking stuff like more public art sculpture. And I mean, it really touches on a lot. But I really like what Director Lenishevsky was talking about. I do think to address what Councilmember Naplin is saying, I do think the focus would be on that number one item, but it might be really easy to kind of scope out some very shallow level of like, here, okay, we have this chunk of money. Well, what could we do with that realistically in some other category? So I think that if we keep the focus on that one and then just see how the committee's time goes, and then as they have extra time too, or not, that there might be some practical results or options that come out of their discussions as well. Director Lenishevsky, did you have another thing, or no, he's keeping that hand up. All right. So I mean, that's my summary of what I've heard. It sounds like Public Works Committee would take on looking at that frontage improvement option, but then possibly see what else is there if there's more time. Does that sound? And I also heard pretty strong support, I think, for some of those equipment purchases. I know those to me are just, if we spread them out over a certain amount of budgets in the future, it could take however many years to get one piece. Okay. And then the next year you budget another. So it is really nice to me anyways, to use some of this to knock out a bunch of these items. But does that sound like a plan to everyone? All right. Well, Mayor, I guess I hand it back to you to adjourn then, right?
Yes. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for leading that. You had worked with staff on that, so I wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to definitely take the lead on that conversation. So thank you for that. And with that, we have no further business. So unless there are objections, we are adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye,
Have a good
everyone.
night, guys.
Thank you.